The Oregon
Can you hear us? Am I? I don't think so.
Good morning.
Okay, good.
Perfect.
Think we got it all together.
Maybe.
We'll get started at 9.
Just lost it.
All right. Good morning and welcome to the Oregon Transportation Commission's November 13th meeting. We have all of our commissioners here this morning, two virtually, but we're going to go ahead. Good morning and move forward. It is exactly 9 o'clock, so we're on time and we're going to really try to stay on time today. I would like to start out with the elephant in the room. So for those of you that may or may not know, Director Strickler has tendered his resignation effective in January. And with that said, we want to take a moment and thank him. And one of the things I wanted to do was kind of talk about his tenure here and the accomplishments. And I think one of the things that a lot of people forget, because we tend to be a society that we only think in the moment. We don't think about what happens in the past. Sometimes we don't think about, we think a little bit about the future, but really we are really stuck in the moment sometimes. And I've been on the commission for, I don't know, I think 6 years or 7 years now. And one of the things that I did when I first came on the commission was to help select Mr. Strickler for the director position and going through the whole process of the hiring process. And we had a lot in front of us. We had HB 2017 that had passed. We had mega projects with minimal funding in front of us. We had a lot of change in policy and direction of where the state and the agency was going. We started looking at a lot of different things. And what we forget to think about is we have accomplished a lot in, kind of a long period of time. Although it seems like a blink. And I just wanted to take a moment and really thank the director because, first of all, built a relationship over these years with him and really respect him. But I also know that we've had really, really hard decisions, really, really hard policy in front of the commission, and the lack of the ability to actually land some of our mega projects because of funding. And we still are in that same space. And so now we're going to be doing a little bit of a reset with a new director, but the staff are still here and they're still doing their work. And for them, I want to assure them that we are here. The commission has your back. We really thank you for your work because you don't get thanked very often. And that we want to let everyone know, and I'll let the other commissioners chime in too, but we'll be working with the governor's office for a replacement. And it'll be over a period of time. In the meantime, there will be an interim, and just know as staff that we're fine. And put your head down and let's get our work completed because we have a lot in front of us. So at this moment, I'm going to just again thank you, Director, for your service because, and it's not over yet. We're going to work you pretty hard the next month and a half, 2 months to get some things completed. But I'll turn it over if anybody else on the commission would like to speak. Okay, Commissioner Baker.
No one knows when they take a job as a CEO, or in this case, the director of a huge agency, what's going to happen until you actually sit in the chair. You can kind of imagine the job, you can picture the job, but you really don't know. So, Director Strickler, you took this job in 2019, and who could imagine that shortly you'd be in the middle of a pandemic and everything that the pandemic brought, completely different ways of working, a workforce that was suddenly remote, and a workforce that developed into something different, hybrid. Right on the heels and in the midst of the pandemic, our supply chain blew up and we couldn't get raw materials, and the price of raw materials went through the roof. Shortly thereafter, we ran into a labor shortage, and to get an electrician to show up at your house, it takes 6 months. We forget about all these things. And in the midst of all this, trying to put into place HB 2017 projects and everything else that we had to do, in spite of all of these things that were coming our way, it was a time of real challenges. And there wasn't a roadmap. I mean, how do you find your way through a pandemic? How do you deal with those kinds of supply chain shortages? How do you deal with a shortage of labor? Then on top of it, we had a new funding mechanism that was anticipated in tolling, and it became so politically unpopular that we put a lot of work into it, and then it got set aside. But it stirred up a lot of emotion. We stood up the Urban Mobility Office, and stood down the Urban Mobility Office, and then just getting to the last year of the legislative process, the tour around the state, the effort that you put into it, but all the ambiguity that the agency faced. And so I'd just like to commend you for putting in a good shift. I know it's been tough, and your final decision, I mean, coming into this meeting today, I think also shows the kind of person that you are in terms of self-reflection and insight, to realize it was time to go for a wide variety of reasons. It was, in your view, the best move for the agency, and you're stepping aside. And that takes real humility and a real strong personality. So I appreciate you a lot, and I appreciate what you've been through. So thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair? See, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did, whoops.
You're
Hey.
fine.
I'm good. Okay. Not always good at this Zoom thing.
okay.
I just wanted to amplify what the chair said. I've had the pleasure to work with the director, both as the chair of the Legislative Transportation Committee on the Senate side, as well as for the last 2 years in a role as a commissioner. And Chris knows this. I've told him that I think he's one of the best DOT directors in the country. And I really, really hate to see him leave. I think he showed great leadership, fantastic leadership. And as the chair said, and when he came into the party, if you will, after the legislature passed the biggest transportation bill at that time in the state's history, HB 2017, it had a full range of projects, which did include some difficult projects in the metro area. And by and large, with the exception of those tough projects in the metro area, they are all done. Many of them came in ahead of time and under budget. So I know we've gotten a lot of criticisms over the projects in the metro area, which frankly, because I created a lot of those, were not well structured. And it wasn't the department's fault. It was the legislature who structured the things without adequate planning. But Chris has done a good job. He's taken us through one of the worst wildfire sessions in the state, and ODOT was the lead on that, on the recovery. Did a great job there. We went through the pandemic, and he held the team together and went through the last legislative session, which frankly haven't been around that process for well over 30 years. I was greatly disappointed in the way it was held, and the fact that for the most part, the legislature did not listen to the department, didn't involve them in things. So Chris, I'm really going to miss you. I wish you all the best as you head back into the private sector, and I know you'll make a lot more money there and probably have a lot less grief in doing so. So you've done a great job for Oregon, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
this? Okay. Alicia, did you want to speak or?
I'll be brief, Director. Thank you for your integrity in spite of some impossible trade-offs. I think we all know with certainty that you've always put the staff's interest first.
Commissioner Chang?
Well, I'm the one who's been here the shortest. And, I was just reflecting, I've spent much of this year that I've served on the Oregon Transportation Commission trying to climb up a steep learning curve and get up to speed. And, I may not be entirely fully up to speed yet, but I feel like the learning curve is starting to taper at this point. And a huge part of getting to that place, learning so much about this very complex, multifaceted agency has been, I can attribute to Director Strickler and the process that he has put in place, the process and system he has put in place to help orient new Transportation Commission members. So I want to thank you for that. In this 1 year that I've served on the OTC, I have witnessed an agency that has been legislatively directed to do a lot of things, a lot of big projects, a lot of basic day-to-day services, and also been legislatively given, in my opinion, not enough time to do all of those things, and in some key places, not enough resources to accomplish all those things. So I also really want to express appreciation for Director Strickler trying to help this agency navigate that. I mean, what do you do when you are told to do a lot of things and not given enough time, and in some specific cases not given enough resources to get it done? And that is a very challenging position to be in, and I really appreciate your best efforts to help us navigate that with grace and success and effectiveness.
I want to thank each of the commissioners for the comments. I think it's so true. And one of the things that I talked to Chris about, I think even this morning, is if you think about government and our ability to deliver, we have a changing of administrators, we have changing of legislators, we have change constantly. And yet we have to move forward, and we have to keep producing and providing services to the people of Oregon, and also, trying to build, in our case, a lot of times roads, bridges, etc. And it's difficult. It is not an easy task. And I do want to say one more thing, Chris. I watched you during the session, and you delivered everything that this department needed to the legislators. You answered questions under fire. You were honest. But in the end, I think for all of us that are left now to figure out what to do and move forward, and this includes legislators, we need to stop. We need to stop the narratives that are going around, and we need to get to work, because we have projects in front of us that are costing us a lot of money, and delays are not helping. And we have to figure a path to get it done. And so I know for myself, I'm all in, and I've talked to my other commissioners, and I know they are too. And if you are thinking otherwise, I'm going to tell you, you're all in, that we have work to do. So I'm going to stop, but Chris, I don't know if you want to make any comments.
Well, Madam Chair and members of the commission, first, let me just thank each of you for not just your leadership, but kind comments. I've told my team a lot. I don't know how to celebrate, nor do I know how to, take compliments or any of that. So I will offer what I know to be true, and that is Any leader that has the opportunity to succeed does so because they're standing on the shoulders of a lot of other people that are delivering and delivering the work. This is not only no different, but over the last 6 years, I've seen this agency and the people of this agency step into very difficult situations and do so with grace, intellect, acumen, and control. And they've done so even when the thank yous were few and far between and the appreciation wasn't always there, but they did the hard work and they will continue to do so. And as I look to the next steps for this agency, I have nothing but confidence in what this agency can and will deliver because they've been doing it and they will continue to do that. And in many ways, it is because of all of them that I even have the opportunity to sit in this chair. And I want to send my appreciation and thank you to you and your leadership and to each of the team, because quite honestly, we can't do our jobs without them. And so I want to thank you.
All right. With that said, we're going to move into public comment. And I believe there's 8 people that have signed up. We're going to start with Douglas Allen, and Indy Namkung will be next. So let's see if we are ready. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Brown and Commissioners. My name is Doug Allen, and I'm the Portland Area Vice President of AORTA, Association of Oregon Rail and Transit Advocates. Because of ODOT's precarious financial condition, and because there is a significant risk that most of the new revenue from HB 3991 will not be available due to a referendum petition, we urge you not to incur any more financial obligations for project construction. And to the extent feasible, we urge you to put projects on hold or cancel them. If petitioners gather sufficient signatures by December 30th of this year, the revenue sources being referred will be put on hold until after the 2026 general election. Even if voters approve of the measure, there is no practical way to recover any of the revenue prior to the end of 2026, and the transit tax will yield next to zero due to the sunset clause in HB 3991. For decades, AORTA has opposed plans for the Rose Quarter Freeway expansion, the IBR, and the previous projects that evolved into these two because reasonable alternatives were not being considered. We are a party to a NEPA lawsuit against the Rose Quarter project. Our involvement began well before caps were included, and we have no objection to capping the existing freeway or removing it. Either alternative, combined with better transit, would help the neighborhood and the city as a whole. Given post-pandemic changes to travel patterns and the need to attack climate change at the local and state level for the near future, it would be irresponsible to incur additional debt for these capital projects. Now is the time to save money and put them on the shelf until we are ready to right-size them. Thank you for your consideration and service. And I would also like to respectfully thank Director Strickler for his service to the state of Oregon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Indy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to offer a comment today. For the record, my name is Indy Namkung. I'm the Transportation Justice Coordinator for Verde. I may be joined by my cat here in a second, so apologies if she walks across the screen. I want to first thank you for removing the 2025 to 27 bond resolution from October's consent agenda. Those resolutions and ODOT's annual debt report have been appearing, as far as I've been able to tell, only on the Commission's consent agendas since at least 2021, meaning that stakeholders like ourselves and members of the public have had really little insight into the Commission's decision-making and thinking around debt management. So in directing ODOT to change this practice for the future, you're shedding some much-needed light on this aspect of our system. As these decisions come before you today and in future, you'll have an opportunity to do what ODOT currently cannot under their legislative direction. Weigh that legislative direction and broad authority around debt financing for certain projects against the growing opportunity costs this is exacting on the rest of the system. The more constrained authorization for $300 million in highway user tax revenue bonds before you today to repay short-term borrowing for spending that's already happened on the Abernethy Bridge will already consume over $20 million a year for 25 years that would otherwise fund bridge and seismic projects across the state. While those projects haven't yet been programmed due to our short 3-year STIP cycles, communities across Oregon will certainly feel their absence as smaller bridges on the coast or in central Oregon fall deeper into disrepair and seismic risk. The additional bonds referenced in agenda item K, that letter may have changed since I wrote this, for the Center Street Bridge would add another $7 million to that annual opportunity cost without a plan to finance the remainder of the project. With the official announcement of the House Bill 3991 ballot measure referral campaign, as Doug mentioned, ODOT faces an outstanding question about how additional debt this biennium would impact their credit ratings if new anticipated revenues are delayed or reversed entirely. So as you consider these items, I hope you'll hold those opportunity costs for the next 25 years of modestly sized bridge, seismic, and preservation projects in every region of Oregon that weren't lucky enough to be named in House Bill 2017, but are nonetheless essential to the communities that rely on them every single day. I hope you'll hold this at the front of your minds. Please protect the flexible funding that you'll need to deliver these projects for Oregon communities by limiting your highway user tax revenue or commercial paper bond authorizations to the $300 million in this week's request until ODOT's future revenues and the finance plans for new projects or construction phases can be fully evaluated. Thank you for your time. Director Strickler, thank you for your service and your oversight of these critical issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Cassie, and on deck is Joe Courtwright.
Good morning, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, and members of the commission. My name is Cassie Wilson, and I'm the legislative manager for 1000 Friends of Oregon. I had signed up primarily to comment on the Rose Quarter update, but given that it's been removed from the agenda, I will be commenting instead on my concerns regarding my experience with public engagement with this commission, as well as my concerns about debt management. Over the past couple of years of following along with commission meetings, I've experienced frustration with how many significant changes are made to the meeting agendas the week that the meeting is taking place. Often, not all meeting materials are finalized by the time the public comment sign-up window closes. It gives community members very little, if any, time to read through materials and decide if we want to comment on anything and what we want to say if we do. I imagine it's also challenging for commissioners to have changes made that you're supposed to keep up with on top of your jobs outside of this role. So my ask is that you please post all finalized materials no later than 1 week before the meeting. I also ask that you please keep the testimony sign-up window open longer. I'm grateful that last month it was decided that bond authorizations would be removed from the consent agenda and taken in smaller bites as needed. That said, it's extremely concerning that this was ever the process for approving such major financial decisions. Regarding bonding decisions being made today and funding for major projects generally, I'm extremely concerned about the state taking on more transportation-related debt for major projects when we haven't finished paying others off. It seems like all major project funding should be directed towards paying off Abernethy, which is over budget and still under construction, before we consider taking on another project. I still think about the local bridges that Indy referenced that were canceled to pony up money for the federal infra grant that we didn't end up getting for the Rose Quarter. When we didn't get that grant, I think we would have allowed those local projects to continue, but instead they're left unfunded to feed the beast of mega projects. At a time when the bare minimum funding the legislature passed for the most basic transportation operations and maintenance is under threat of a ballot measure referral, and there's little to no public trust in ODOT, I strongly encourage this commission to think twice about putting our state further into debt for projects we can't afford. It's more important than ever to show fiscal responsibility and prioritization. Finish paying things off, finish building existing projects, funding complete smaller projects in more communities around the state. When you have to go back to the legislature to ask for more money in a couple of years, it's going to be critical that you show responsibility with what you already have. My ask is that you avoid taking on new debt for all projects and project phases and subphases that are not already under construction. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Director Strickler, for your service.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Courtwright.
Thank you, Chair Brown and members of the commission. For the record, Joe Courtwright, City Observatory. You know, there's an old saying, don't start something you can't finish. Unfortunately, ODOT has not only ignored that, but has turned breaking that rule into standard operating procedure for major projects, which by and large is what's fueled your current financial problems. In particular, you have piecemealed the decision-making for these major projects, systematically underestimating project costs, grossly overestimating available revenues, and routinely putting in just enough money to get a project started, or just the first phase of a project, with really no idea of what the full project will cost and how you will pay for it. That happened with the Abernethy Bridge, which was approved at a cost of $250 million, which is now tripled to $815 million. The Rose Quarter, which was approved at $415 million, is now quadrupled to $2.1 billion. The Center Street Bridge, which has increased sixfold to almost $470 million. And still, you have no idea what the cost of the largest single project, the IBR, will be. All of those are huge liabilities that you need to deal with in a comprehensive plan, and you're not doing that. In fact, you're still continuing in your major projects analysis that's presented to you. It doesn't address all of those projects and a host of others that are ostensibly in the pipeline. Bloom Bridge, IBR, I-205 Phase 2, Newburgh-Dundee, and so on. What is missing from this discussion is the discussion of the complete, comprehensive, decade-long look at all of the projects that are on the table and all of the resources that you have to deploy for those projects. And you're not doing it. We're again addressing these projects on a piecemeal basis. And your approach to debt is accentuating these problems. As we know from the Abernethy Bridge, you ultimately ended up borrowing against a speculative source of revenue, toll bonds, and used your short-term cash flow resource money to do that borrowing. And now you're converting that into long-term debt. That has the effect of having made a commitment, what was ostensibly supposed to be just a cash flow issue. And that's not the right way to approach things. Short-term borrowing amounts to a kind of payday loan and gets in your way of making prudent decisions. The commission is effectively the board of directors for a multi-billion-dollar operation that we know is vitally important to the state. I submit that none of you would run your businesses or organizations in this fashion. That is, not knowing how you're going to ultimately pay for and deliver big projects before you launch them. You should be following this old adage of not starting something that you can't finish. And like the others, I want to extend my thanks to Director Strickler for his service. We haven't always agreed, but I've always found him to be an honorable and forthright person. And we all appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Next is Martin Eldridge.
Hello, OTC. This is my first meeting. I'm just a private citizen here in Ashland, Oregon, and I appreciate you allowing me to speak. I'm so impressed by the knowledge and that all of you have about the huge job you have of keeping Oregon's transportation up and running. So thank you for that. And I'm also impressed by the budgetary constraints. My ask will go at the back of a long list of projects, I'm sure, but I will go ahead and ask it anyway. I'm live on the north end of Ashland here, and I'm a co-chair of the Ashland My Neighbors Firewise community. We're 140 homes on the north end of Ashland. And as you know, here in Ashland, we had the Alameda fire in 2020. And that was kind of got our attention to really focus on fire evacuation. And we have a great relationship with not only Ashland Fire and Rescue, but Jackson County Fire District 5. And we've had barbecues and we have meetings, and we're very, very active involved in this process. We've just determined that this bridge, I'm going to hold up a little diagram here, just so you know. Here's Ashland, and here is our neighborhood on the north end of Ashland. You can see it. And here is a bridge on the 99, which is a 2-lane bridge that funnels traffic onto the 5. And this 2-lane bridge supplies the north end of Ashland and also Talent, Oregon, which was devastated by the Alameda fire, as an evacuation point to get onto the 5. And this bridge is an old bridge, and it's a narrow 2-lane bridge. Talking to Kelly Burns, the newly appointed emergency management coordinator of Ashland, said this choke point is a key bottleneck for evacuation. And I don't know if it's, I just wanted to put it on the radar and say that this bridge, if it could be widened somehow to be 4 lanes instead of 2 lanes, that would really, really help our evacuation efforts. On October 11th, Ashland had the first of its kind citywide evacuation drill, where many, many residents in Ashland actually on notice evacuated, and this was noted as a possible choke point. So I just like to thank you again for this time, and also perhaps just put it on the radar and make it so this bridge could be maybe put in line for a widening. It's on South Valley View Road leading from the 99 to the 5. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Chris Smith and then Brett Morgan.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Chris Smith representing the No More Freeways campaign. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I realize that Rose Quarter was taken off the agenda today, but it's certainly going to return to you, and I want to make some comments about the framing for the choice that was put in front of you. First, I want to talk about the Phase 1B programming, which wasn't really examined in depth in the materials. To Mr. Courtwright's point, you shouldn't start things you can't finish. And the challenge with Phase 1B is it doesn't actually deliver any independent benefit. It's a way to keep spending what little money you have available for Rose Quarter. But the 2 constituencies for the Rose Quarter project are basically those folks who want auxiliary lanes, the part of the project that we have opposed for almost 8 years now, and the folks who want to cap the freeway. Phase 1B makes no real progress on either. So why would you commit funds with uncertain funding for the portion of the project that would actually get to those benefits or purported benefits, rather than put it into places where you could actually make a difference in the transportation system? So I would be very skeptical about the Phase 1B programming. The other part of the decision packet, of course, was what to do with those dollars that are available, the $169 million. I would suggest some additional choices that weren't on the menu. One is that, if Mr. Allen's concerns are realized and HB 3991 is referred, you're going to be desperate for maintenance dollars to pay maintenance workers and snowplow drivers. You might want to leave open the option of asking the legislature to give you permission to spend that on maintenance. The other choice, of course, would be to restore some of the projects that you canceled. I would think most prominently of $100 million of deferred maintenance on the Fremont Bridge. That was a choice you made. The legislature didn't do that. The folks around this dais chose to reallocate those dollars towards Rose Quarter, and without really any prospect of fully funding Phase 1 before the 2027 legislative session, why wouldn't you take those dollars and put them back where they could do some good? And finally, I want to echo Indy's comments about smaller projects. You are directing or being asked to direct the HB 2017 seismic and bridge dollars towards 2 mega projects, Abernethy and Center Street. There are thousands of bridges around the state that need seismic attention. Why aren't you looking at those? Again, a basket of smaller projects could potentially deliver a lot more benefit to the state's transportation system than concentrating at a couple of mega projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. He's the last one. So our other 2. Okay, got it. All right. With that said, I believe all of our comments are concluded, and we're going to move on to item B, which is the director's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, again, Chris Stricker, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. I want to thank you for the opportunity today. I just have a few things to share. And as I open up, again, I want to extend my appreciation again for your opening remarks. I stand here before you, or sit here before you, I should say, in a position where this has truly been the honor of my career. This has been the most significant job that I've ever held. And it has been just a privilege and an honor. And that's mostly because of the people and the things that we've been able to accomplish. And I say probably more appropriately that they have been able to accomplish. And so I want to thank you for that and for your recognition of the team, as well as your leadership through this as well. None of the decisions before you are ever easy. We don't bring you good decisions, or easy decisions, I should say. We do bring good decisions, but we don't bring easy decisions for you. So I want to thank you for your leadership as well. Two quick things, and one of those will culminate some of those work efforts in House Bill 2017. So the first is talking about the transportation package being signed. So as of earlier this week, House Bill 3991 was signed by the governor, really filling that gap that we've had for maintenance and operations funding. I'll remind all of us that it's the first time we've really taken on maintenance and operations funding as an industry in a long, long time. In fact, I can't remember a time in my career where DOT took that on as kind of the top line issue. In fact, most end up in package conversations around projects and other things. And while those are very important too, really taking care of the base health of the agency has been absolutely important for us. And you've been really supportive of that as you continued your efforts. I want to thank you for that. And also the recognition that we've made a promise that those funds that come from that bill are going to those services. They're going to operations and maintenance. And I'd also remind you that about half of the money is also going to local jurisdictions as well, whether that's the city or the county level. So this really does serve transportation across the state, not just ODOT facilities. And I think that's really important. But a moment of celebration in House Bill 2017. We have a video to show you because it better summarizes what I can do in talking points. It is 4 minutes, so buckle up a little bit, but I think it's a very worthwhile endeavor. And I just want to congratulate the Region 1 team. So this video really demonstrates the work that was done on Oregon 217. You might recall Oregon 217 was one of the first projects started, or first major project started in House Bill 2017. And it's been 4 years in the making, but we have reached a major milestone of completion there. And I want to congratulate the team. A project like this does not just happen. It happens because of people and happens because of our contracting community and our agency personnel that are dedicated to it on a consistent basis. So with that, I'll defer to the video.
The Oregon Department of Transportation has wrapped up the Highway 217 Auxiliary Lanes project in Beaverton and Tigard. Construction began in late 2021, and we're glad to say that all major components are complete as of late 2025, staying on our 4-year construction schedule. Highway 217 has some of the shortest merging distances in the region. More than 120,000 vehicles use the highway daily, leading to congestion and high crash rates. Thanks to funding from the state's Keep Oregon Moving package and contributions from the City of Beaverton and Washington County, we were able to invest $174 million to improve safety and reliability, reduce bottlenecks, and add new travel options for people walking, biking, and rolling. The heart of the project is a series of new auxiliary lanes between Beaverton-Hillsdale Highway and Highway 99W. These longer ramp-to-ramp connections replace several short merging areas, giving drivers more space to merge safely and reducing crashes and congestion. We expect crashes to decrease by 20 to 30%. We also reduced the number of merge points on the highway by adding a new southbound frontage road between Allen Boulevard and Denny Road.
Now that construction is wrapped up on 217, merging just feels so much smoother, it feels safer. Just feels like I don't have to rush to get into the lane that I need to be in.
One of the biggest project elements was rebuilding the Hall Boulevard overpass in Tigard. The old bridge was too narrow for the new auxiliary lanes below and had to be demolished and rebuilt with wider footings. During construction, the temporary bike and pedestrian bridge got a lot of use, both as a travel route and as a vantage point to watch construction of the new overpass take shape. The new structure features wider sidewalks, bike lanes, and protective fencing for a safer, more comfortable crossing and increased earthquake resiliency.
Highway 217 is a primary corridor for Tigard, and we're grateful for the investment of ODOT to improve travel for all modes, whether you're driving, walking, or traveling by bike.
We focused on safety on and off the highway and included bike and pedestrian improvements in multiple locations. We widened the sidewalk on the Denny Road overpass to 12.5 feet, and a partnership with the City of Beaverton allowed us to expand the Hall Boulevard overpass by 19 feet to build sidewalks and bicycle lanes in both directions, and to fill in a missing connection from the Fano Creek Trail to Allen Boulevard, completing the north-south parallel bicycle path network.
The City of Beaverton is proud to have been a partner in this project. We now have better trail connections, better sidewalks, and more reliable trips through our city.
4 new sound walls reduce highway noise, voted for by adjacent neighbors. And new stormwater facilities will help protect Ash Creek, Red Creek, and Fano Creek. These improvements mean fewer merging conflicts, safer trips, and a smoother ride for everyone. We estimate drivers will save over 73,000 hours of travel time every year.
Every day, workers, families, and visitors rely on Highway 217 to connect us. Washington Square is one of the largest destinations in Washington County. Now that the work is complete, it is easier to shop here, and it keeps our region connected.
After 4 years of coordinated effort, the Highway 217 Auxiliary Lanes project is complete, on schedule and delivering a safer, smoother, and more connected corridor. Thank you to the community, our project partners, and construction crews for your patience and collaboration in achieving this important milestone. For more information, visit hwy217.org.
I want to thank you for indulging me on that, because one of the things that it punctuates is that while obviously there are improvements on Highway 217 and many people see it at 60 plus miles an hour through the windshield, you can see all of the other things that come with many of our projects. And this is just another great example of serving many needs and serving many customers in multiple ways. And so I want to congratulate the Region 1 team for really putting this project out in front and being able to deliver on the promises that the project made. And I also want to thank our partners at the other jurisdictions that have helped not just in guide the outcomes of the project itself by way of scope, but their financial commitments to the project and their ongoing partnership. It truly does take a significant number of people to make these things a reality. And so congratulations to the Region 1 team for a job well done. Madam Chair, at this point now, we have 5 items on the consent agenda. So unless there's any questions about my opening remarks, I would request any motion to approve the consent items 1 through 5 in block.
Okay, do I have a motion? Have a second?
Second.
All right. Discussion? Is there any discussion from the commissioners? Sorry, since we have a couple of virtual, I have to pause and look. All right, seeing none. We'll vote. All those in favor of the consent, accepting the consent calendar, say aye.
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 Aye. That was kind of weird.
I'm sorry, I can't get my microphone.
And we don't have, so it's unanimous. We don't have to ask if anybody's opposed. It's like we have 5 ayes. All right, there you go, Director.
Thank you.
Let's see, where are we now? We are at D, committee updates. So at this time, we'll turn to the other commissioners and see if anyone has an update from any of the committees that they serve on. I think, did tolling meet? Yes, Vice Chair.
I'm going to have to leave in a minute for a short turn, but I wanted to say beforehand, the chair and I attended the meeting of the state acts, was it last week or the week before? And I was impressed by the enthusiasm of the members there, mostly elected or locally elected officials, about our new approach to planning and their willingness to participate in that. Thought it was a good discussion. They were very complimentary to the department. Amanda Peets did a great job of coordinating all of that, and I thought it went very well.
And I agree with you attending. I think that it was a great time for us to network and really talk and really hear about what each region wants to do. I think that, you know, if you think about our area commissions, you know, they're doing the work locally and bringing it forward. And I thought that the discussion around the table, we had some time to be able to sit and network, was really well spent. And I believe we're going to be doing a virtual meeting in the near future to kind of have an update. So I don't have anything to add to that, but question, anybody else have a commission meeting or I don't know if tolling met yet. I don't believe they did. And the CAIC has not met. So I think that's all of our committees.
The coactive meeting this afternoon. Well,
Oh, okay. Well, we expect you to jump off this meeting and attend that one. Okay. No, I'm just joking. I need to hear.
Would you like an update on the TIC?
Sure.
The Travel Information Council for everybody. Its major job is our rest area system. We're approaching 1 year with Mac Lind as the head of the TIC, and he gets very high marks. Mac has done an excellent job there. The leadership team is solid. Financially, they're on firm footing. They've got their arms around the capital projects. Mac has personally been out to every rest area, every location. It's probably the first time the director of that agency has been to visit many of these places. The rest areas are being well maintained by a group of dedicated employees. And so on my way to the combined NEAC-SEAC, I had a chance to stop at 7 of the rest stops, up 84 on the way to Baker City. I was really hoping I'd run into the teams that are maintaining them. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to, but I can tell you that they're clean. There is not a scrap of trash anywhere on those grounds. It's a little chilly now to have a picnic lunch out there, but the picnic areas, the garbage, the historic information, all of it is really in great shape. So it's nice to report. Mac has done a great job. Would you like some comments on the acts? Or
sure.
No? Well, it's been a while since we've done this, but for the Region 1 Act, as you know, because many of our modal advocates are regular testifiers here, and with Zachary's really helped begin this, I started making some visits out to areas in Region 1 that have had fatalities, to really try to understand and see and stand in places where there's been tragic accidents. So I was, Zachary and I took a long walk up Powell. Interesting, when you get to a place like Powell, we've done a lot of work in terms of crossings, but trees during the summer grow up and block the signs, and we're responsible for the roadway. The city of Portland is responsible for vegetation. So, how do you keep those things clean? Just one of those things to file away for the act. I visited an intersection just off of Powell, which is a cycling corridor that is fed off the east end of the Tillicum Bridge. And at this particular spot, we have freight rail, passenger rail, MAX, buses. It's a busy corridor for intercity freight, cars, and a very, very busy place for bikes and pedestrians, because it feeds off the Tillicum Bridge. And it just drove home to me how complicated and difficult that particular spot is, and how complicated and difficult it will be to unwind it and make it right for everybody that's using it. The Brooklyn Yard, the rail yard, makes trains, and when they make trains, they don't have enough room in the Brooklyn Yard, so they push the rail cars down the rail, block that intersection, sometimes up to 45 minutes. So when pedestrians and bike riders are trying to get around, they will skirt around the train and potentially into the way of MAX, which happened. Also, while we were there paying attention and watching, the gates were down, the train bells were going, but a bike rider didn't want to get stopped by that and raced across the tracks in front of the train. And so, there's all kinds of activities that, happen. But I point this out too, because I think, visiting these places and seeing something more than a description data that we get in reports will help us, I think, make some informed safety decisions. I was out on 122nd, which is not ours. But again, you've got a different kind of problem out there. A lot of traffic moving very, very quickly, north to south and east to west on the major Portland streets. A combination of modes in those intersections. And as we were standing there, we saw a situation where I presume this person was houseless. She was pushing a grocery cart loaded with her possessions across the street, went over the tracks, the max tracks. The bells were sounding. She was oblivious to the train. A box had fallen off of her cart before she got to the track. She gets to the other side of the tracks, realizes that she's lost her box, and she's backing up and almost gets clipped by the train. So again, I think, these were terrific lessons to me, and I really appreciate the modal advocates in Region 1 for taking me out and doing this. I'm going to continue to do this. I've got another couple stops inside of Portland, but I want to get out to Washington County. And I have to thank you for assigning me the NEACT. The NEACT is a great place for me to go. I make it a point of trying to get over there, because this is a problem-solving group and a very, very interesting group of cities, counties, ODOT, the roadmasters. This trip was a combined SEACT and NEACT meeting, and the Public Works Director of Baker County asked me if I had some extra time, and he wanted to show me a small town of Pleasant Valley. Pleasant Valley has got a really small population, maybe 20 people. It originally was, I hate to bring up tolling, but it was the place that the toll started for the toll road over there in 1865. And it was on Highway 30, which was our major highway through there. Most of the traffic shifted over to 84 when we built 84, and the county is now responsible for 30. But this little town is, they don't have resources, and they've got a lot of traffic that are blowing through there really fast. We've got an ODOT quarry that is just around the corner. So we've got big trucks that are causing pavement issues through this little town. But Chair, it got me thinking that we have become so good with our curb ramps and being able to deliver small programs that have a similar description through, our curb ramps, that maybe in the future we can start thinking about some of these little places like Pleasant Valley that have got common safety concerns, where we could get some scale in terms of our ability to roll out some safety projects to them. So anyway, that's been my adventures of late. So thank you.
Well, and I appreciate that you have those adventures, because I know you're doing what I'd like to be doing. A lot of the commission would like to be doing. Unfortunately, we have to still work. You're the lucky person, you and Commissioner Byer being retired, but it's really true that when you think about what is happening, communities have to work really hard sometimes to get things to work, and because there is no money. And we heard this during our ACT meetings about equity across the state. How do you deal with small town rural areas and providing a level of meeting their needs. You know, we talk about these mega projects and they were like, if you just gave us $10 million, do you know what we could do with that? And it's true. I think that we have to start thinking about some of these things. And one of the things I really appreciate about the acts is that they're trying to prioritize what is really most important, using that safety lens to really look in their community as what is the next project that we need to complete. So thank you for that. And I know that in the future, I've asked Commissioner Baker to serve on the chair act meetings, and Commissioner Byer will be stepping down from that role. So Commissioner Baker and I will be taking over the app chair meetings in the future. So thank you. Okay. Let's see, where are we at? We're just a little bit behind. No,
my fault,
we're right.
sorry.
No, actually we are right on time. I can't believe it. We are on item E, the public involvement policy. So I believe Ms. Peets is coming up to speak to us.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Amanda Peets. I'm the Division Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis, and talking to you today about one of your policies. I'll talk about what those look like just in general, and some opportunities to update that. So the intent of this item is to see if you're willing to update that and to help direct some of the content of that update. The Commission has a number of policies that you have set over the years dating back to the late 1980s. So as you can see from this list, a number of these policies are fairly old in nature. And in that way, they're not actually all that relevant to today. They've been replaced by newer policies that you've set in your statewide policy plans, like the Oregon Transportation Plan. A few specific examples: policy number 6 up there, demand management rideshare policy guidelines. That's really covered now in the statewide transportation options plan. I think that was adopted in 2016. So that's really a lot broader, deeper policy coverage in that. Also in 2023, we updated tolling and added tolling to the Oregon Highway Plan as a number of policies, and that really replaces the policy up here on 8, tolling support for operations. So at some point, not the focus of today's conversation, but at some point you may want to come back and revisit these, figure out which ones really are obsolete that you want to sunset officially, and then determine if there's other policies that you'd like to create. There can be legitimate reasons to have policies. It may implement specific pieces of our statewide plans at a deeper level. It can be a good communication tool to the public of what your commitments are to them, and really direct the work of the agency. So it can be a useful tool depending on how you see that and what your interests are. So today really focused on the public involvement policy. That's the latest one that was adopted in this list here in 2008. What that focuses on is how you as a commission want to engage with the public. The policy today focuses specifically on planning and your major capital investments, the Statewide Transportation Improvement Program, or the STIP. So it covers really just those 2 policy areas. You heard during public comment today some comments on how the commission interacts with the actual commission meetings. That might be something you want to fold into this policy as well in the future. It really sets forth how we engage with the public, what the timelines are for public engagement. And so, for example, with our statewide plans, we have a minimum of 45 days that will go out for public review, that will get those comments back, that will interact and make sure that people know from the time that we advertise, they have 45 days to comment. So it gives that time, it sets those expectations for folks. And then it also goes into how will we use the information that we get, how will we integrate that into our decision-making processes, and make that be part of the products that the commission finalizes. As we look forward to potential updates for that, the reason that we're bringing this forward today is for a number of reasons. One, it's been a long time since that policy was put into place. We want to, as the second to the last bullet shows, update the policy to make sure we're consistent with newer federal and state guidelines and requirements for public engagement. Also, as I mentioned, this particular policy covers things from our plans to our investments in the STIP. Now we're putting a new process in between those two things called the Capital Investment Plan, or the CIP. And so in that way, we felt that it was important to incorporate that in, because basically there should not be an investment that comes into the STIP that's not in the capital investment plan first. And so if we're making decisions on here's the types of things that we're going to develop further, to investigate, to potentially fund in the future, then we should figure out and solidify how we're engaging the public in that process. So we see opportunities for that public engagement piece and to solidify the roles of the area commissions on transportation. So Commissioner Baker was just talking about the Northeast and Southeast Act. I recently was out at that meeting as well, talking about the capital investment plan and the role of area commissions in helping to inform what investments we should be considering and what they see as really important, and making sure that we're putting that into our decision-making process. So by amending this policy, we really can solidify that long-term, set those firm expectations, and require ourselves to follow through and commit to those things in the engagement process. So I wanted to pause if there's other considerations or if those make sense to you that we'd update in this policy. And then I'll talk a little bit about the timing and process for that. So any other things you think we should make sure we're adding into this policy?
So yes, go ahead, Commissioner Chang.
Amanda, since the last time these policies were updated, there have been some tremendous technological changes. You know, now we can have the majority of the people who come to an OTC meeting give their testimony virtually. When you hold town hall or other events like that, people literally have the opportunity to give you instantaneous, input and feedback with Menti polls and we may even be past this now, but there was a while when you could go to an event and people would hand out little clicker things. So I guess one of the things I want to ask is how does the way we think about public engagement need to change with the kind of technological opportunities we have now? And then kind of the extension of that would be, do we need to do anything different with our policies as a result of that?
Yeah, great question. Chair Brown, Commissioner Chang. I think trying to, the third to the last bullet, middle bullet on there, align with modern public involvement practices, I think is trying to get at that point exactly, because there are very different techniques that we're taking. It's not only the techniques and the technology, but it's the approach that we're taking, trying to meet people where they are, which is, I think, different in the past, where we're asking people to come in and we're very passive in our outreach. Now we need to be more active. We need to get out into the communities, have those conversations directly in ways that resonate with them. And there's an understanding then of what we're talking about relative to people's daily lives. So I think the approach that we need to take is different. And I think we need to fundamentally capture that in policy, in addition to some of the technological aspects that you're mentioning, whether that's the Mentimeter or different things where you're kind of voting, engaging, virtual, a number of those different things. So
right. And one more thing I'll mention is, within my county government, when we are doing various kinds of planning efforts, we've made a lot of use of story maps, on online story maps to basically kind of help walk people through complex topics, and then give them various kinds of opportunities to provide input at the tail end of that. So again, there's the what do we need to do to modernize our public involvement practices, but then our question today is really about and then do our policies need to be different in any way, shape, or form?
Great points. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Other comments, commissioners? Okay.
So process-wise, some of the edits that we've compiled are a result of a local consultation survey. We do this at least every 5 years. We go out to our city, county, and tribal partners and ask, how was our outreach for statewide plans, for the STIP process? What can we do better? What does that look like? So using that direct feedback to update this policy, using some of the comments as Commissioner Chang raised today to update the policy, and then share that with the public. We'll go through a minimum 45-day review process. So coming back to you in the March timeframe with the policy itself. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
So do we have any questions or comments for Amanda? At this time, I think one of the things, we hear this a lot of times when people testify that they don't feel as though that there's enough feedback or that we're not giving them enough opportunity. And I think that this is a good opportunity for us to pause, look at what we're doing, try to strengthen that. And some of the things that were brought up this morning are things that all of us feel like there's sometimes not enough time. And things are moving rather quickly. And I know during the session, the commission didn't meet very often because we're trying to deal with everything else that was happening during the session. And now we're playing catch up. And so things are moving. It's pretty fluid, and we're having to make changes sometimes based on new information that we get or something that has changed. And so my comment back, I think, from some of the comments this morning was, please be patient with us. We're as frustrated as you are sometimes with the changes, but we want to get it right. And if we have to pause and give ourselves a little more time, we will. And then other times there are deadlines that we don't have the opportunity to talk anymore about it. And I think the other thing too is a lot of times people are frustrated because what they feel isn't the answer that we're going to give them. And so the commission is making decisions, I think sometimes on as much information or sometimes a little bit more information that maybe they haven't seen because they haven't attended that meeting. Mm-hmm. But if you think about how many advisory committees we have here in the commission, I think, is there 15?
I think upwards of 20.
Or 20 advisory groups. We have a lot of other different meetings that are happening. You have your local commissions that are meeting, and we're trying to crunch all that information into something and advice to the commission. Sometimes difficult. So I'm going to stop with that, my comment there. But I believe we have ask for a motion in front of us to start approve the 45-day public review and comment period for updates to the OTC public involvement policy. Do I have a motion?
Say one more thing before we go to motion. I think what's really important is for us to have a commitment to public involvement and to implement that as sincerely as we can, and in the most modern and innovative ways possible. And also, there's a lot of tried and true practices that are like as old as the hills, but that's sincerity, like conveying to people that we want to hear from them, we want to involve them, we want them to be tracking what we're doing and weighing in with the best information possible. And I guess one of the things I struggle with is a policy may help us demonstrate and enforce that commitment, but basically that commitment just has to be there, right? And so so one of the things I'm struggling with is, do we even need a policy, or do we just need to be very committed to these things? But to many people, having a public involvement, a very formal public involvement policy may demonstrate that commitment. And so maybe that's a reason to pay a lot of attention to this.
Yeah. Thank you,
Commissioner. And I agree with you. And it really does come down to the commission really listening. And I know that all of you, including myself, listen to every comment, and we go back sometimes and re-listen to those comments because it triggers something in our mind of, have we looked at that? looking at it, every single aspect of what we're doing. And it also helps us ask the right questions to staff or even to other policymakers who have put things into play. A lot of the decision-making that we have to make is based on something that has been dropped in our lap as policy also. And so it's mind-boggling sometimes trying to get through that. But I agree with you. I think we probably have to have a formal policy, but I think that there's a commitment for us to listen. And I think I've seen that from each one of the commissioners, just as they sit on different committees and listen to what's happening and reporting back to us. And it's not always what they report back in the meeting. It may be a phone call to the director or to me saying, hey, you need to think about this. Maybe you need to pull this agenda item and wait because this is what's coming up out in the real world.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. One is we might look at other state agencies to see what they're doing because there may be some really great things going on out there. And I've always thought it's 1 point for originality, 2 points for copying. So if there's something that's working well where we can get some consistency, that there might be some real nuggets out there. The other is Commissioner Chang's comment with regard to technology and AI. I think about how complicated it is for somebody to know who to ask the question to and how to direct them to the proper person. So there may be a tool out there that uses chatbot kinds of technology to help people get as quickly as they can to a place where their question can be addressed. So we might take I think the question about, employing technology here, we've got a great opportunity.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So at this point, I'm looking for a motion to approve agenda item E, the public involvement policy.
Chair Brown, I move to approve the beginning of the 45-day public review and comment period for updates to the OTC public involvement policy.
And do I have a second?
Second.
All right. So we have a motion on the table. Any more discussion? Okay, I think on this one, we will just do all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, or raise your hand. Thank you, Commissioner Chapman. Opposed, and then Lee has left the meeting, so he did not vote. All right, we're going to move on. We're to the Oregon Highway Plan, and I think you're still there, Amanda, and you're going to have a few people.
I'm still here and I'm phoning some friends.
Okay, good.
So good morning. For the record again, Amanda Peets, Division Administrator for Policy Data and Analysis, joined here by
Ryan Winsheimer, I'm the ODOT Regional Manager. And Michael Rock, I manage ODOT Statewide Transportation Planning Group.
Great, welcome.
So today we're going to talk to you about the Oregon Highway Plan and our interest in kind of launching a policy update to this plan. So in today's discussion, we'll talk to you about some of the things that we're considering for updates and then get your feedback if there's other areas you think we need to focus in on. This one is actually one of ODOT's most used plans. A lot of our statewide plans, like the Oregon Transportation Plan and others, they cover the entire transportation system. So it really covers transportation that other state agencies touch. It covers transportation that local jurisdictions touch as well. So kind of that comprehensive framework. What's unique about this is it's really ODOT's highway system that we own and how we will manage that system directly. So it has policies in it like we'll improve the system before we expand it. I feel like that is so ingrained now in what we do on a day-to-day basis that doesn't seem like a groundbreaking policy. When that was put into place, it was. It said, we're going to take care of what we have first. We're going to make improvements on the system before we're adding capacity. So that's been in place a number of years. It has policies around access management of where we add driveways, how we deal with development as it comes in to maintain the functionality of the system, make sure it's mobile, make sure it's safe. And then it has a number of designations, classifications in it. A couple examples, freight routes. It's really important to understand in the state where our trucks need to move because some of those trucks are wide Some of them are tall, some of them are heavy. And so we have to understand where those areas are so that we're accommodating them with our transportation system. We're making decisions that ensure that the economy continues to move. We also have lifeline routes. These are have been the foundation for how we've invested in bridges over time to make them seismically resilient. We understand where do we need the most evacuation routes in the state if we have a Cascadia subduction zone earthquake. What are areas that we need to best prepare to be able to recover quickly in the event of an earthquake so that we can get emergency services in, so that we can get commerce moving again. So some of those are very foundational, have been part of really the decision-making process. Commissioner Baker and I, when we were in Region 5 recently, Eastern Oregon, we heard a lot about classifications. That's something that the areas are very interested in because it describes how our routes on the state highway system, what their purpose is and what their function is. So we have a lot of great policy framework for it, but the policies are pretty old. As you can see, the plan was last adopted in 1999, so a long time ago. That said, it's been amended a number of times since then, most recently with the tolling updates in 2023. But we need to address a lot of changes since that time. We actually don't talk about policies for preservation and maintenance that much in the plan. That's obviously core to the services that we do. Big focus for our transportation funding and will continue to be in the future. So we need that policy framework for that piece. We have in there right now mobility targets that was mentioned earlier. Those really talk about what's allowed and not allowed on the system so that we're preserving and understanding the system. So for example, at an interchange, we need to understand if new development occurs and the land use changes, that means more trips on the system. We need to manage the system in different ways. We need to protect the system and preserve it long-term. So it really sets a foundation for what we can do, can't do, and sets that in a consistent way. And then safety, we'll talk about later today too. That's a big issue, trending in the wrong direction. How do we make sure that we're setting that framework for a safe system? So with that, I invited Ryan Winsheimer here, the Region 1 manager, to talk a little bit about what the plans mean out in the field and give some perspectives there.
Good morning, commissioners. Ryan Winsheimer, the ODOT Region 1 manager, and I feel like Amanda stole some of my thunder. But it's good to make sure that everybody's saying a bunch of the same things. It is really important to the regions and how we use this plan. First, the OHP sets policies that help us really manage our facilities, and we use it in multiple ways as demonstrated on this slide. The overarching tool for managing our facilities and planning them are our facility plans that define our highway uses and needs. These plans, such as interchange area management plans or IAMPs, they help us define system needs as we work with the local agencies and agree on improvements and land uses that those improvements are intended to serve. So these IAMPs and the facility plans in them ensure local agencies consider the transportation systems as they improve developments, and that's really important. Within the regions, the OHP performance targets inform our capital project needs and the relative priority of those project needs. The OHP also provides the policy justification for the inclusion of the ODOT projects in the regional transportation plans and in the forthcoming CIP. So those are, again, those are the way we use that. We use the OHP to define our facility purposes and needs, which informs design. So not all facilities look alike and function the same. The classifications and definitions in the OHP help us better define the facilities and support the adjacent land uses and the users of those facility types to ensure both safety and accessibility. As Amanda mentioned, especially around the freight side of that. The classifications also help define the types of trips to consider when prioritizing specific facility types, such as regional trips, freight access on freeways and interstates, and then of course, prioritizing more multimodal trips on things like main streets. The OHP sets operational goals and performance targets to inform what we monitor on our facilities and to ensure safe, reliable function. And the targets are used to inform local land use decisions as well as potential mitigation to support growth of the system and making sure that it's not growing beyond the capacity and that we're meeting our safety needs. The OHP also provides us with enforcement mechanisms to preserve facility function. Primary purpose of the interstate and highway system, the state highway system, is to facilitate the movement of people and freight throughout the state. The freight policies in the OHP help us keep industrial areas accessible and support our trade-dependent economy by prioritizing freight needs on certain facility types. ODOT's classification system also prioritizes longer regional trips and statewide trips, which cannot be accommodated on local facilities, and the OHP helps us protect those function and encourages system completeness on local systems for those shorter trips. It's not on the slides, but the OHP also outlines the department's jurisdictional transfer policies. And knowing that there's been a lot of conversation around jurisdictional transfer and the potential for legislative funding through the Legislative Advisory Committee, that might be an opportunity for this commission to weigh in on those policies moving forward as well. As we move towards talking about, so the next slide. Okay. As we move towards the region perspective on needs during the update, there are 3 items to pay special attention to. The first is system definitions. The definitions come up often, as you heard me on the previous slide. The purpose and need of each facility type should be clearly defined to inform design standards. The OHP provides a system performance policy. However, design performance standards may differ from OHP performance targets. So providing some clarification where these alternative standards apply is going to be helpful. And the OHP policy should also provide stronger direction for local agency plans to better incorporate state policy in their plans. And so as local plans look at state facilities, making sure that they are incorporating the state needs and the state facilities and those and protecting them. The OHP policy can also help better inform funding priorities. The OTP sets those goal areas for the state, and the OHP better defines those for highways. The OHP investment policy and priorities guide the allocation of funding on our facilities. And this is an opportunity for the commission to clearly state your priorities in investment for our system. And in addition to setting state funding priorities, regions are required to include ODOT projects in regional transportation plans in order to utilize federal funding. And while the RTP development process establishes its own policies and priorities for planning work, the OHP could provide some better guidance and justification for ODOT projects being included in those RTPs and stronger requirements for RTPs to support those statewide policies. The OHP policy is also used for planning evaluations on state facilities, and performance measures today should be updated to reflect the recent transportation planning rule updates and incorporate VMT and emission measures. So a clear process for alternative mobility standards would also be welcomed. And to close, I'll just say that the region teams are looking forward to being engaged throughout this update process and look forward to some updated tools to better inform and more clearly guide their day-to-day work with our partners on this. So thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Again, for the record, my name is Michael Rock. I manage ODOT's statewide transportation planning group, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about what we're going to tackle in the Oregon Highway Plan update and how we're going to go about doing it. So I think both Amanda and Ryan have given you a really good flavor of why the OHP is so important for what we do as an agency. And, and we've been consulting with experts across ODOT to make sure we accomplish a new plan update that helps with all of those needs that we have internally. But there's an external perspective that we need to bring to our statewide plans as well. So we've been out prepping for this plan update for quite some time, and we're real excited that now is the right time to launch it. That included a series of stakeholder interviews with local jurisdictions, some of our stakeholders and partners, and some of you may have been involved in some workshops we've done to hear from our area commissions on transportation and modal advisory committees about what they'd like to see out of this plan update. So we've been doing our prep work and looking forward to how we accomplish what is really a pretty lofty set of goals with this plan update. So here's some of the perspectives that we heard, and I think really reinforced what Ryan talked about from the region perspective. So if we start on the left side of the page, sort of what's the overall needs that our statewide plan and especially the highway plan needs to help us accomplish? And you heard from Amanda that it really has been since 1999 since this had a comprehensive overall. It's been updated and amended often, but we essentially have a kind of Frankenstein document. And so one of the most important things is to provide clarity and consistency, because that is real important for everyone, regions, consultants, and local jurisdictions who need to use this plan to be able to accomplish what we need to achieve that policy. So that's really job one. Another important element is helping clarify and establish performance expectations and measures Sometimes it's tracking how we're doing and accomplishing those goals, and sometimes it's forecasting out what we want to accomplish long term. And our statewide plans can do both of those things, and the highway plan does play a strong role on that for the highway system. No surprise around prioritization and how it leads to our investment decisions we make. We'll be coordinating closely with those staff working on the capital investment plan and helping inform those decisions and tying the plans together well there. And then implementation, and that's a lot of what Ryan talked about, is the importance of implementing this plan throughout our work and managing the system. So we need to accomplish those things. In terms of topics, again, I think I'm reiterating some of what you've heard from Amanda and Ryan, but there is a need to talk about mobility expectations across modes. We have a lot of policy in our other plans that need to be reflected back in the OHP to provide clarity, consistency, and prioritization, recognizing the importance of highway system on our freight routes, as Ryan mentioned very clearly. And then this is the plan that talks about land use interaction and land use context and what we do in managing a system that goes through local communities. And so I feel like that's probably front and center of what we've needed to do for a long time in the OHP, and we're excited to help clarify that. Amanda hit on resilience, and resilience is a lot more complex than it was in 1999, and there's more that this plan can help take on. Really building on our maintenance operations and preservation policies that are really silent at this time. It's in our other plans, but should be here prominently, and then building from the OTP goals around safety, climate, and equity. We're not here to redo the OTP, we're here to apply it for our state highway system, and that's what we look to do. And finally, I'm going to talk a little bit about approach. This is going to feel a little bit different for those of you that are involved in some of our other earlier statewide plan updates, because we've learned a lot. We've taken a modern approach and some of the tools that you just were hearing about with our public involvement policy, but we're asking a lot of our staff. And when things are tight, we have staff resources that we bring to the table, but we don't have as many consultant resources to add here. So we're going to team up across the regions and across our statewide groups to really have this be much more of a staff-led effort. And I think because of that, it's going to feel a little bit compartmentalized or chunky, if you want to say, from how we develop this plan, where you used to be start from the top and work your way down. We're already quite a ways down in what we've heard from our stakeholders and partners, and we need to jump in and start working on these key sections. Big part of that's our system element. That's where all the classifications, designations, and understanding the function of the system comes in, what that means for how we prioritize investments and how we measure success. And we need to start there. It's foundational for what we do with the rest of the document. And then we'll tie the policies to that. We don't need to redo all the policies, but we need to make sure that they're modernized and recognize all the things that we need to accomplish, which you've just heard about from the other speakers. And you just heard public involvement policy, and we're committed to that open and transparent process. We're going to have to come up with staff tools to make that happen and hear people where they're at as much as possible. And so it is going to feel a little bit different than maybe some of our older efforts as we navigate that. I think that completes my slides. I'll turn it back to Amanda.
So just a couple questions to conclude things in terms of a discussion. We talked about what we've heard externally, what some of our thoughts are for some of the needed updates of the plan. And I think in terms of timing here, we're developing the first capital investment plan. Things like our designations, classifications should feed into that. How are we prioritizing certain routes? How are we investing in things? And how are we protecting those investments by setting forth the policies that preserve the functionality of the transportation system in the face of land use and the interactions between. So we wanted to just ask your thoughts if there's any topics that maybe weren't mentioned or that were mentioned that are of greatest interest to you all, what you see as maybe needing some framework as you've seen agenda topics come before you, and maybe there's some variability in that, or maybe there's some more policy framework that might be helpful to direct those in ways that you think are super important. So we'd just like to get your thoughts as we begin this effort on what we should include and where we should focus.
Okay, so I'll look to commissioners who would like to start. Okay, Commissioner Baker.
Oh,
Whoops, now you turned it off. You were good to go.
I was good to go.
Yeah.
Thanks for teeing this up. And I think it's time. I think, from my perspective, where I begin the whole conversation is about the people. How are Oregonians and visitors in Oregon going to move? And do we have the answers for that? I mean, move away from how do we get people from point A to point B in the most efficient way, and really think about this holistically from the people that we're serving. So that's a big challenge. Second, our transportation system ought to create a competitive advantage for the state of Oregon in terms of economic growth. And Amanda, you mentioned the oversized loads. We have a competitive advantage right now in terms of moving windmill blades, off of the ocean and into the U.S. system. Our fee for that is minimal. So to move one of those huge windmill blades up the gorge and across Eastern Oregon, I think it's $80 or $200 or something. But if we were to charge the fee that is probably, the cost associated with it, would probably destroy that little niche for the shippers. So by virtue of the fact that we've got an inexpensive and efficient way to move a windmill blade, we've created a competitive advantage for a little micro industry. So as we look at these things, where can we create competitive advantage for companies in Oregon? Where can we use our transportation system to grow? And from time to time, I think we're gonna, as we look at our policies, we're gonna say, you know what, transportation system is gonna bear the burden because the burden or a portion of the burden pays back, in a positive rate of return, for servicing our farmers or, whatever it happens to be.
Mm-hmm.
So think about it from an economic development perspective. Also, one of the things that I see in Northeast Oregon, it's really rapidly growing. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that is happening. And you take the interchange at Stanfield, it's about to become too small. Well, who pays for reconstruction on that? It's the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's the last business that comes in there that adds enough volume that suddenly they're staring at something. So in a sense, by the way we structure things, we can put some governors on our ability to grow simply because we can't get somebody that's willing to step up to being the last one in and having to pay an enormous amount. So I think that needs to be considered when we're talking about all these issues in and around the people, the growth, the communities, and how we serve them. Jurisdictional transfers is a really big deal, and it gets back to my comment about Powell. There should be one entity that's responsible for that road, trimming the trees, setting the speed limits, putting in the safety measures, and yet, it's not that way. Now, it all boils down to funding in the end, and how we get there. But from my perspective, particularly where we're running a major road through a city or town, and they've got more at stake, and it may be a higher priority than we in managing our complicated list. We need to figure out a way to get our roads into the proper jurisdiction so that the people in those towns and cities have control over what those resources are. I would suggest, Michael, that there's another group out there that could be really helpful. And these are the public works directors. We've got executives and managers out there that are seeing what we're doing, seeing what they're doing in their counties and cities. And there is some real wisdom from those public works directors that have been, trying to solve these problems. And then it opens up another question with regard to cooperation. How do we cooperate with the cities and counties and the state in order to have our relationships be more seamless? How do we help each other? How do we cooperate? How do we take the friction out? I'd love to see some conversation in and around that. So hope that doesn't screw up your timeline and your planning, but that's kind of my thoughts on the subject.
Yeah, I think Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, appreciate the breadth of thoughts there. I think those are all good things to address, and they're complicated things. There is a balance that we're trying to reach. Some of what you talked about in terms of fees, charges, those kind of things. We're trying to preserve the capacity of our system. We build it for a certain level of traffic, a certain type of use, and sometimes those things change over time. And so how do we find the balance between accommodating those, being able to afford those, and not standing in the way of economic development? And it's a balance across all those things. And so having a strong policy framework is key to that. So I appreciate acknowledging those things. Thanks.
Other comments? Commissioner Chang.
I just want to say I was really glad to see that that call out to land use context in your presentation. I feel like transportation planning sometimes is very reactive. It's oh, this is a really congested spot. What are we going to do about that? Oh, like there's a lot of crashes happening here. What are we going to do about that? By understanding kind of growth patterns, land use, growth patterns are what's on my mind the most in my region. But understand growth patterns, land use context. It's not that. I'm not suggesting that we could completely flip that and that transportation could actually drive the way that we grow and the way that we use land. But it would be great to see those things in dialogue more to be, because it really can be helpful for us to have a transportation planning happening right alongside land use planning. I mean, to go to public transit, you can't go to a community and graft on a public transit system and expect it to work. An efficient public transit system has to have, a certain amount of density along key corridors. And then, the magic happens in terms of, making a public transit route work. So really excited to see that in your presentation. I don't know exactly how you're going to unpack that, but that's one of the things I'll be interested to watch.
Chair Brown and Commissioner Chang, if I might, just for just 1 second, this conversation is I think really timely, and I'd like to just point out just one quick thing as you're talking about how to unlock that and how to think about that ahead of time. And just to give you some background, this is 2008, 2007, 2008, 2009. Hillsborough came to the region and they said, we have the opportunity to generate hundreds of millions of dollars for the state. We want to do some development out in Hillsborough, and we just need you to build us this interchange. Why won't you do it, state? And they were talking to me, and I said, it's not the same revenue source. If you'd like to see those kinds of things done, I would love to build you an interchange there, and we need to have this conversation, but it needs to be a conversation with our legislature. It needs to be a conversation with the commission and talking about how do we do this and planning ahead and thinking about that. And the result was the 2009 Jobs and Transportation Act, in which we actually went out and built those interchanges, built some of those improvements, and we were able to unlock some of that development that did generate hundreds of millions of dollars. It's a different type of funding. And the gas tax is a different type of revenue source, right? And so it is about how do you have those kinds of conversations? How do we make sure people are understanding the difference between those two and how they interact? And then how do we make those plans looking into the future? And then how do you protect it in terms of the IAM? So I appreciate that recognition. We have done it in the past. We can do it again.
Awesome. Thank you.
And Commissioner Chapman, do you have anything that you'd like to say? Just if you do, just raise your hand. I can see you, so that'll work for us. I think that the land use piece of this is something that is needed. It's come full circle. So I've been around since the last transportation highway plan. Didn't want to say that, but I have been around that long. And just thinking about over the course of my career, what has happened, and it seems disconnected at times. So you have this whole development planning that's going on, and yet it's really disconnected from what we're doing at ODOT or even with public transit. And that's a good example of it. And so I think that they have lost some of their strength in their planning rules. And, what are we going to do? And so what they need to update too. And that's I know they just recently went through an update. And so that incorporating all that into what we're doing is really, really important. That's all I have as far as my comments, but did that spur anything else from the commission?
What kind of timing are you thinking about?
So Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, given that this is a in-house effort, it'll take a little bit of time to develop all the different pieces. What we're still kind of debating and talking about internally is balancing that with trying to make these policies actionable in the timeframes that we need them to be actionable. And so in that way, I think we'll come back in a couple months, share with you what the timing looks like and process in a little bit more detail. But we'll be providing updates along the way. We'll probably be taking this, as Mr. Rock mentioned, in chunks and addressing some of the big issues, whether that's kind of our mobility and our performance targets, our classifications and designations, and going through kind of that process and engaging the public as we do. Mr. Rock, anything you want to add?
Yes, Chair Brown, members of the commission. I think in terms of what we've talked about as staff, we'd like to get in front of a lot of the content in 26 next year, spend a lot of time developing that with our partners. The adoption processes, as you just talked about, the public involvement policy are comprehensive, and we're committed to making sure everybody knows about what's happening and can contribute. So that will be later. And once we're comfortable with the content. So I think next year, heavy on policy development, lots of interaction with our stakeholders and commissioners, and then spurring into a 27 adoption process for the full plan. If there's things we can take actions on before, that will be part of what we look to do.
Sure.
Just one more question about a plan. Plan has to have a destination. A plan without a destination, any road will take you there, right? So when we get this plan, will we be able to say, this is what our highway system, our transportation system looks like 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now? Is there a horizon that says, we're going to, this is the plan to get us to this?
Chair Brown and Commissioner Baker. So in general, our long range plans look at a minimum 20 years. I mean, have a pretty long look, but I think what our more modern plans are trying to do is give us some of those milestones to help get us to that long-term end date. Sometimes that's around the expectations for system performance or asset conditions, and we want to commit to monitor and track that better. So I think that that will go a long way, but we also are not too far on the heels of the Oregon Transportation Plan, and we want to build from that sort of destination and think about what it means for the highway system to help us get to that goal. So we're not starting from scratch, but we do need to reset this document and then assess progress to get us there.
Okay.
Yes, Director. Commissioner, sorry.
Go ahead. That did raise one more thing for me. As I was listening to your description of a few of the things that you described being in this plan, it struck me as possibly more like operating guidelines or things that might go into like an operations manual. Mm-hmm. And so I was wondering whether we have that for the highway system as well, or whether if we don't have that, are we trying to stick things that could be in a kind of less policy, less plan kind of document into this Oregon Highway Plan? Because things like operations manuals are more, you can be more nimble with, right? Just kind of as you go, like, oh, that doesn't make, as a guideline, that doesn't make sense. We can just internally at the staff level change that, to guide our action. So that was just a question I had.
Yeah, so Chair Brown, Commissioner Chang, our plans don't get into design guidelines at all. So those are separate because we do need flexibility based on the context as you're describing it, and the uniqueness of the situation. What the policy can do, though, however, is add consistency to how we apply things across the state. A good example of that is we have a mobility advisory committee that deals with freight issues. And in particular, there's often interest in communities to either do road diets, to reconfigure a local roadway, maybe make the distance that people cross in a downtown area shorter, so it's reducing the risk for people that are walking. At the same time, it's a major freight route that goes through that community. And so how do you balance the two? And that's really a policy question, which is operational in a way because it's maintaining the functionality of things, but it is a policy question that we want to apply pretty consistently to set those expectations on how those routes function. So we try to stop short of any specific design of we're going to always have, 11-foot lanes and this is how it's going to look, or 13-foot lanes and this is how it's going to look. But to say, here's the principle of on these types of route, we're favoring this type of movement, and here's why, and here's how we expect it to function. So we try to stay at a little bit higher level than down in the details to allow that flexibility.
Thank you. That was really helpful.
Director.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was just going to offer one thing, and it was really in response to Commissioner Baker, which is, the journey and the destination are obviously connected, but you really don't want to just have the journey if in fact you don't know where that destination is. And that just raises the element for me, which means funding will continue to be one of those elements in order to implement anything in any of these plans. So not just this one, but we can have the aspirational and the logical endpoint discussion, but the journey starts now to really start implementing that if we really want to make sure that we've got the funding in order to do that.
Yes.
Yeah, just a comment, Chris, on that. I think, in the chicken and egg discussion, when we think about a resilient funding mechanism, for us to be able to have a plan that says this is how we're going to invest, this is what we're going to achieve, will make those policymakers, those that control the purse strings, probably more comfortable with how they allocate dollars to us. So yeah, I think it could overcome some trust issues, and that if there's a solid plan there. So you make a really great point.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and I think not just overcoming any potential issues of whether it's trust or desire on specific outcomes, because those may be in conflict depending upon who you talk to as well. But one of the things that we see is that transportation needs evolve, and they are continuous. So every day you see a new need that pops up, not just on the 8 or 10 year funding cycle that we tend to be able to have. And so in some ways, I'm leaning my voice into transportation should be an annual or biannual discussion around what the needs are, what the funding opportunities are, and how best to implement those plans if you hope for the plans to be successful.
Yeah, just one more thought on that.
Yeah,
because I think the time frame and the rhythm is right. You need an overall mission that from time to time is going to be modified. Might be 3 to 5 years. You need a strategy to get there, which your strategy should be fairly consistent too, but subject to change. And then you've got the tactical plan to get there. I think where we find ourselves often is in the tactical plan, and we put out tactical things, and you say, okay, now how does this apply to the strategy, and how does that apply to the mission? When there's certain tactical things, we ought to say, well, it doesn't apply to our strategy, it doesn't apply to our mission, we just shouldn't do them. And there's others that we really need to lean into. So this thought process about how we put together our overall mission, our overall plan, multi-year. And by the way, that should include some comments with regard to, values, because we've got to have common values in order to have a common mission. Then what's the strategy to get there? And then we roll in our tactical plans. And that will really help, I think, a lot of the discussions in terms of what we need. So.
All right, thank you. Thank you. More to come. We'll be seeing you a lot, I'm guessing.
Before Amanda leaves,
I'm still up here after this.
Amanda, thank you for coming to Eastern Oregon and explaining the plan to them. You just did a terrific job, and I know they appreciated you being there. So thanks for making the effort.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, we have a break scheduled for 10 minutes. We're a few minutes behind, but I think we can take a break. So at this point, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we will be back at 11:40 or 59. I do my math right. 59. 10:59. I said 11. Oh, let's take an hour break. Okay, we're ready and we are back. So we're going to move on to item G. It's an informational piece on the Transportation Safety Action Plan, one of my favorite things.
Yay.
So, yes.
I like
Go
that
ahead.
introduction. So for the record again, Amanda Peets, Division Administrator, Policy Data and Analysis, joined by.
My name is Mary McGowan. I'm statewide transportation planner and also a project manager to the update of the Transportation Safety Action Plan. So thank you for having us.
So as we talk about another plan, hopefully don't roll your eyes yet. This is one, as Commissioner Baker talked about, kind of the spectrum of plans. It's more on the tactical side. So as implied in the name, this is an action plan really focused on what the data is showing us, where we need to focus our federal dollars and our programs to make a difference to save lives. And so what you'll see in this presentation today is a fair amount of information on data. I did share with you some information on the key performance measures last month for safety. And so promise to come back, have a deeper discussion on that. That's what we'll cover today. And so we have a number of slides that get into the technical details, which I love, hopefully you like too. And then we'll talk about kind of the considerations within the plan itself as we move forward. So the safety action plan, different from the highway plan, is really broad to everybody. It's about all roads, all users, all jurisdictions to cover safety in general. I actually think this is an important point just to note that many of our safety programs are similarly structured, where a lot of our programs focus just within the work of the Department of Transportation. Our safety programs really are broader than that. So from our All Roads Transportation Safety Program, that's jurisdictionally blind, to some of our education and outreach programs that look at educating on the use of how to ride a bicycle and things like that. So that's really everybody inclusive of everything. The current Transportation Safety Action Plans includes the goal of Vision Zero, so reducing or eliminating fatalities and serious injuries altogether. That's been a discussion among this commission before, is that actually a feasible or achievable goal to get to? I think this is really aspirational, clearly. We don't want anyone to die on our roadways, to die trying to get to their destinations. To do that, we're trying to reduce that risk as much as possible. Commissioner Baker, I know, within some of the comments that you made in the previous agenda item, how do we set interim and reasonable goals too? City of Portland, I believe, has a 30 by 30 goal, which is reducing fatalities, serious injuries by 30% by 2030, right? So that's more realistic than eliminating fatalities and serious injuries altogether. So there's ways within this plan that we can set more achievable goals kind of in the interim. So the safety action plan is unique in that it really is a requirement of the federal government in order to get safety dollars to spend. And so what it does is it shows how we're going to get them, how we're going to use the money that we get and focus that to the issues that we see. So it's very data driven. Here's the issues we see. Here's the programs we're going to pursue to address those issues. In the lower right there is some of the emphasis areas that we had in the previous plans that looks at focusing where we see areas or locations, which is a hot spot where we see multiple fatalities, serious injuries, and more systemic things where maybe they're not in the same exact location every time, but it's pretty consistent what we're seeing. So roadway departure is a good example of that, where people are leaving the lane, crossing the center line. Rumble strips can be really effective at that. That's more of a systemic type investment. So those are some of the types of things that we focus in on depending on what the data shows. And we'll get into that today. Another topic that's come up in front of this commission too is really what is ODOT's role in addressing safety issues? That sometimes what we're seeing in terms of people dying on our roadways, unfortunately, is from impairment, is from speeding, is from individual choice that happens. However, there is a number of things that we can do that helps reduce the risk of people dying when those poor choices are made. So, for example, a lot of engineering solutions and countermeasures. So at the federal level, there's a number of these things that show real percentages of reductions in deaths that you can expect from implementing certain things. Good example of that, roundabouts, where at a regular signalized intersection, somebody may not pay attention to the red light and run straight through. The risk of somebody dying when that happens is very high. Whereas a roundabout, you're slowing the traffic down, you're moving it around in a much safer way. So there's countermeasures that we can do like that on the engineering side. We also do a number of training, education, and outreach. The Transportation Safety Office does some of this work where we have the teen driver education program. So new drivers learn how to drive safely, understand the rules of the road. We help to train trainers for those programs. We help to fund and pay for those things out of the DOT. Those are very important education efforts. You can see the picture on the top there. We help to install child safety seats, some of those kinds of things, and really help with the behavioral side of safety. We partner very often with law enforcement, work with them on a routine basis. We also have funding and grants that go to law enforcement to support traffic laws and some of those kinds of things. And of course, then the coordination across jurisdictions, that we're all working together in the same direction to address these issues and these troubling trends that we're seeing. So now with that, I'll go into some of the details on the data and geek out for a minute here. So the first one is pretty familiar to you, hopefully, because that's some of what was shared at the last meeting for key performance measures. You can see, and this is a kind of long history of data, it goes up to 2023. We have preliminary data for 2024. We have looked at some of the 2025 data. And I would say in these 2024, 2025, these trends are pretty consistent here. So what we've seen is that since 2022, we've lowered the number of fatalities in the last several years. Again, not shown here, but 2024, 2025 are so far tracking fewer deaths on the system. However, we see still a large number of serious injuries. Serious injuries, we consider kind of in the same grouping as fatalities because they're very close. They're life-altering changes to an individual, to their mobility, to everything. And so looking at both of those together is really important. And we see, unfortunately, that serious injuries in particular have gone way up and are continuing to go up in recent years. The performance measure that we shared previously was really a rate of fatalities and serious injuries. So what matters overall is anybody dying on the transportation system. What the rate does is helps us understand the trends. So if more people are driving more and we're seeing higher numbers of fatalities, then that's, tracking a certain way. If we see those things off, then we know something that we need to deep dive into those. But you can see in general that it tracks pretty similarly to our vehicle miles traveled with the amount of fatalities, serious injuries that we have. If you look at across our regions, I think not surprisingly, given the population density, Region 1 in the Portland metropolitan area has the highest number of fatalities and serious injuries, particularly serious injuries. And then mostly in the urbanized areas. As you go eastern part of the state, you'll actually see rural fatalities and serious injuries increase. So there is some difference and diversity in the state. And I think understanding the uniqueness of issues that occur in urban areas, which are primarily at intersections, versus issues that occur in rural areas like running off the road, speeding is often a factor. Understanding some of the details behind that is really important for how we address things because Oregon's diverse and our approaches need to be diverse. Vice Chair Byer, you had asked some questions at the previous meeting about the difference between fatalities and serious injuries on the state system versus the local system. So the local systems, just by 51%, make up the majority of the fatalities and serious injuries. But you can see if you divide those out by the 3 different jurisdictions, state highways carry the most fatalities and serious injuries. We also have the highest vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. So if you look at it by VMT, our rate is lower, but again, the number is what matters. People's lives are being affected. We have a focus and need here on the state system. We have drilled in on the data. So Commissioner Byer, if you have questions later on state, county, city, and some of the differences that we see there, happy to dive into that. Again, I would say like speeding is certainly an issue in the county roads. City streets, we see intersections being one of the predominant things. But generally, some of the top 3 to 4 factors in crashes are pretty similar across the different ownerships of road. At the federal level, there's been an initiative around safety to really look at arterials. And in Oregon, we see the same trends as we see nationally, that the types of roads or arterials are ones that tend to have a disproportionately high number of fatalities and serious injuries. And so kind of an area of focus. We held a meeting with our metropolitan planning organizations recently, cities and counties, and talked and focused on arterials. We actually dove into the data just for arterials and went through all the factors, kind of brainstormed approaches for how we address this collectively across jurisdictions, and had some great conversations there. But generally, you know, speed is an issue. So speed limits, things that address the geometry of the roadways can be helpful. Lighting can be a factor in some of the things shown there on the slide. Unfortunately, for some of our most vulnerable road users, those that are most exposed to traffic, we see the fatalities and serious injuries continue to rise. And so you can see from this chart, the darker colors, either the dark bluish or orange, are the fatalities, the lighter colors are the serious injuries. Collectively, you'll see that for sure serious injuries for both bicyclists and pedestrians are increasing, but the number for pedestrians in particular is staggeringly high. So a key kind of focal area in need there. Some of the things that may lead to some of the increased issues are impairment, particularly seeing polysubstance or multiple types of impairment, drugs and alcohol combined, is on the rise. Speeding is on the rise, distracted driving. The weight of some of the vehicles can cause significant safety issues as well, leading to some of these higher numbers. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. McGowan.
Thank you, Amanda. All right, so we're throwing a lot of data at you, and Amanda covered a lot of the high overarching themes across a lot of areas. So now what we're going to do is transition to some of the specifics that we're going to address in the Transportation Safety Action Plan. These presented here are the crash attributes that you're going to see most often or have the greatest proportion in fatal and severe injury crashes. The first one being roadway departure. So the two greatest proportions are actually roadway departure, which are present in 39% of all fatal and serious injury crashes, and then intersections, which are present in 38% of all fatal and serious injury crashes. Many roadway departure and intersection needs overlap with other risky behaviors such as speeding, impairment. Many intersection involved crashes overlap with other vulnerable road user fatal and severe injury crashes, so bikes and peds. They're more common in urban environments, as Amanda said, and then the roadway departure is more common in rural environments. You'll see there that 25% speed-related crashes are present in 25% of all fatal and serious injury crashes. And one thing I do want to flag here is that about a third of those are actually related to alcohol and other drug use. So there's a high correlation there. And then to supplement all of the data analysis that went into the TSAT, we've also done several engagement efforts with many of our partners statewide to solicit input on some of the key data and trends to kind of round out how we're looking at the data. And some of the things that they heard related to speed-related crashes in specific are lack of enforcement. That's one of the most common areas of concern. Speed cameras are deemed to be working well by practitioners, but there's a little bit of hesitation to actually implement those due to level of requirement to manage, monitor, and maintain those systems. As well, we've made some progress in speed zoning policies. They've changed over the last several years, but more progress can be done to help local jurisdictions as well as the state continue to revise speeds appropriate for context. Then you'll see 24% of fatal and severe injury crashes involve aging drivers, and also 14% include young drivers. We know that aging drivers in general experience a cognitive or physical decline that can reduce their skills at the driving task. It can also influence their ability to respond to a mistake when a crash does happen. We also know that aging persons also have more severe health outcomes. When faced with a crash, their bodies are less likely to be resilient as compared to a younger individual in a crash. A couple things that we did here during our engagement efforts that supplement some of the crash data is that novice drivers really can be any age. And at the age of 18 years, you can really enter the system and start driving with little to no training. So that's one takeaway that we heard. And then at-risk drivers really also can be any age. They don't have to be 65 years or plus. And those medical conditions can affect their ability to do the driving task. 23% of fatal and serious injuries include alcohol and other drugs. As Amanda mentioned, this includes both the prevalence of intoxication, but also polysubstance issues. Oregon's law enforcement is among the lowest per capita across the country. So this may attribute to some of the prevalence and the issue that we're seeing. And understanding the issues of impairment really requires us to have that one-on-one contact to understand what's really causing these folks to drive intoxicated. So more needs to be done to really understand how we really start to move that needle. And then the last item you'll see on the slide is that 14% of fatal and serious injury crashes include a motorcyclist. Motorcyclists are overrepresented in fatal and severe injury crashes. Often their numbers are a little bit lower. You'll see the raw numbers that are listed at the bottom of the slide. So they have relatively lower crash numbers, but the severity is much more extreme when they do happen. So as far as what do we do about it as an agency? And you heard Amanda kind of get to some of these things, but I'll just kind of recap. Specifically for roadway departure and intersections, we utilize our All Roads Transportation Safety Program, the ARTS program, to implement hotspot and systemic safety improvements across high crash areas. Intersection improvements like this one that's listed, that's shown on the slide here at US 20 and Locust Street, which is in Sisters, Oregon and Region 4, will dramatically improve this long-term high crash site. Roundabouts are known to reduce injury severity and fatal crashes by 80% or more. So we know that they're a proven countermeasure. And then transitioning to roadway departure, we implement other systemic improvements such as rumble strips, which Amanda also touched on too, that are also a low cost and proven countermeasure. What's our role in speeding? So as mentioned, speeding is present in 25% of all fatal and serious injury crashes. We support cities and counties to set their speed limits. We also administer high visibility enforcement grants to patrol for speeding. We also address risky behaviors that often coincide with speeding, such as DUI or distraction. And we do that through education outreach means. Yep.
I was talking to someone about Highway 97 safety the other day, and they brought up the kind of light law enforcement presence as a challenging concern. I did not, besides saying we should look into how you beef up OSP patrols, I didn't have any better information to offer them about how you do that. And it actually made me realize that I don't actually know what committees of the legislature, policy direction and resources for OSP flow through. Can you give me a little basic education there? Or
the director, somebody?
Or get back to me later on that.
Yeah, I think that's something, Chair Brown, Commissioner Chang, I think that's something certainly we can look into more specifically and get back to you on how the money flows through to law enforcement agencies and kind of what that looks like. As I mentioned, we do have some grants through the Transportation Safety Office that is provided to law enforcement for some traffic issues, for work zone enforcement, and some kind of other aspects of that, but that's a small proportion of kind of their funding and work. We continue to look at whether in work zones or otherwise, and communities, photo enforcement, photo radar, kind of the speed trailers that are out there that's showing people their speed, and that feedback that can have an impact in lowering things, in lowering the overall speed of things. And then there's obviously design things that we can do that change how people perceive the roadway, and the geometry is kind of being wide open, faster speeds. There's some calming features that you can put in there that can affect speeds as well from our standpoint.
I see Vice Chair has his hand up.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I can, a couple of quick questions. One, sort of following up on the Commissioner's comments about speed. I wonder if we have any information on the effectiveness of the speed cameras that have been used mostly, I think, in the metro area, and whether that works. I've sort of changed my opinion about those things in the last couple of years because I realize we will never have enough police officers to enforce the traffic laws, and whether that works. That's one. The second one is on your previous chart, I don't see anything about distracted driving, and I really wonder about that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, I'll just comment on the speed cameras and some of those red light running and some of those things. We've had some research studies over the years that show the effectiveness of those, done some before and after work so that we have the information in Oregon, and there's a number of national studies. So that's something we'd be happy to bring back to you at any time. And then Mary.
Yeah, and Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, we'll cover the distraction in just a couple slides.
Okay.
This first set of slides was kind of the greatest proportion. The next set of slides will look at the most increasing trends, and you'll see distracted represented there.
When we come back and at a later point and look at that photo enforcement or automated enforcement stuff, it would be great to understand both the effectiveness and the cost effectiveness of those kinds of approaches. I mean, comparison to having live patrol officers.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So transitioning to aging drivers and young drivers. For aging drivers, ODOT manages a medically at-risk program. We established a standardized reporting structure that establishes an appropriate way to report people through medical providers and through law enforcement, and get people the correct information, a portfolio of information. If you lose your license, there's other means to kind of access the transportation system and maintain your connections. And then for young drivers, ODOT approves a driver education provider that delivers courses throughout the state for standardized driver education, and this is managed through the Transportation Safety Office. Teens who take driver's education have a 21% lower crash rate and 57 fewer traffic citations than those who don't. So it's been a proven program. And then alcohol and other drugs. As far as how we address that as an agency, we provide training education on drug impairment detection. Again, we administer enforcement grants related to this topic issue area to increase patrols for it. We promote policies, strengthen laws to aimed at reducing repeat offenders and support legislative concepts. A perfect example of this is how we support, reducing the blood alcohol content to 0.05, for example. And then we coordinate with our public health partners, such as Oregon Health Authority, to address issues of overconsumption. And this could be through sales tax, reducing service hours, establishing accountability for overserving, are just a few examples. Now here you'll see distracted driving. So this gets at the items the crash attributes that we see increasing the most significantly. And just to caveat this, so this looks at 2 reporting time periods. It looks at our prior TSAP, which is 2014 through 2018 crash data. And then it compares it to the 2026 TSAP, which is looking at 2019 through 2023 data. So it's looking at those two time periods to create these changes. Amanda mentioned this, I believe, on the initial slide when you saw the trend of serious injuries. Overall, we're seeing an increase in 44% in all fatal and serious injury crashes. So you're going to see an increase across the board related to these crash attributes just because the magnitude has increased so significantly. You'll notice there, distracted driving is flagged as increasing by 116% between the 2 reporting time periods. I do want to caveat this is that you'll see the increase so significantly because that first number that was in the first data set is relatively low compared to others. And it's also important to note that distraction is also often underreported because it can be self-reported as well. Folks don't tend to say they were distracted if they don't have to. Other things I want to flag as being that are on the slide: unrestrained occupants increased by 68%, aging drivers, folks over 65 increased by 54%, medium and heavy truck involved crashes increased by 53%, intersections at 52%, alcohol and drug impairment, which includes the polysubstance issues, and then speeding increased by 49%. Again, these numbers are all important because they're flagging trends that we need to continue to monitor and pay attention to over time.
I would just draw your attention though to the numbers on the bottom. So the increase is important because then you see trends that's going a certain way. The total volume is also super important, which are the numbers there on the bottom. I'll mention, like, for unrestrained occupants in crashes as an example, Oregon still has one of the highest rates of compliance with buckling seatbelts in the nation. Yet we're still seeing that trend upwards here. So just kind of sharing the context there.
And in general, there's a lot of overlap between the things that we're seeing increase and then also the items that you saw as the greatest proportion. So it really helps us kind of focus as we get to the TSAP and get to specific actions. It'll help us focus on the things that we want to address.
Good. I don't fully understand the unrestrained occupant involved crashes contributing factor. So I mean, is it unrestrained occupant has a more serious injury or fatality? Okay.
Yes.
It's not that somehow being unrestrained is more likely to cause you to crash.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, probably, because if you're that impaired, sorry.
Yeah, the same question on aging drivers. Is it the drivers or is it the age of the occupants in the car that are the contributing factor?
Yeah, Commissioner Baker, actually, this is one thing I asked the team to dive into a little bit because I wanted to understand the very same question. And that's a little bit more about causation, right? So is it that older drivers, as Mary mentioned earlier, maybe have a slower response time, maybe vision is an issue, some of those types of things. Or the issue is there's higher fragility in that age group, which means the chance of being seriously injured or dying in an accident is much higher than other populations. And so the data doesn't distinguish those two things. We did do a deep dive and look at those, but probably both factors are at play in a way.
Okay. And in the top contributing factors from 14 to 18, is there any of those where we've seen improvement, or are they all going the wrong direction?
So I think to Mary's comment earlier, because we're seeing an overall increase, as noted in that kind of top box that's covered by the people, in fatalities and serious injuries overall, that all these things are going up. Now, if you were to normalize the data to account for the increase overall and just look at it across the board, I think we'll see a few areas where it's improving or it hasn't increased a ton. That makes sense.
Okay.
And we can share that data with you after.
Okay.
And Chair Brown, Commissioner Chang, just to follow up on your comment about the unrestrained occupants, it's not just folks not using their seatbelt, it's also child passenger, child seats, safety seats, that's included in that, and proper and improper installation. So if you buckle somebody in wrong in a child seat, fatal and serious injury crash could occur as well. Or if you're using your adult seatbelt improperly too, that's also factored in there. So just to quickly touch on what our role is related to distracted driving. Again, we provide grants for local law enforcement to enforce for distracted driving and also support court-required courses on distracted driving as well. And then for occupant protection, we do cart seat safety installation programs, such as the picture seen there was at Kaiser Fire District, which was a car seat clinic. We recruit and train certified child passenger safety technicians, and then also provide grants for high visibility enforcement for seatbelt usage. And then lastly is what's our role in medium and heavy trucks. You saw that there was an increase, 53% increase in medium and heavy truck involved fatal and serious injury crashes. And some of the ways that we were involved is managing a relationship with our commercial motor vehicle partners, business and vehicle registration, permitting, fee, tax collection are just a few examples. We evaluate operations, so safety inspections, weigh station checks, and supporting compliance with safety requirements, and then also supporting legislative and policy direction as well. And then behind all these areas that were highlighted, I just wanted to touch real quickly on a couple things that we do that really cover across all the disciplines presented here and are really foundational in addressing safety issues and improving our understanding of emerging issues that influence safety outcomes. So data, first and foremost, the TSAP is a data-driven plan. And then beyond just the TSAP, a lot of what we do here as an agency relies on data and informing our decisions. We provide training opportunities for our statewide partners for continuing education. As I mentioned, also all those grants that we provide. And then we continue to look for ways to enhance our understanding of critical safety issues through our research to help position us to be more proactive to address safety issues. So now, what do we do with all the things that we've heard, all the data that we just poured at you, tying back to the Oregon Transportation Plan. So again, this is our statewide transportation system plan, looks out through 2050. The OTP establishes several safety elements that the TSAP will now work to refine and get more specific on. A couple examples of these is we'll get more specific on vulnerable users, infrastructure, risky behaviors, and enforcement needs. For example, the OTP may touch on some of those elements, but doesn't have the level of specificity we need to create specific actions. So one of the first things the TSAP will do will align with the OTP investment framework that's shown there on the left-hand side. Just recognize we need to be strategic in our investments and address the issues that are most critical. So I pulled out the safety elements there of the OTP investment framework just for your reference. The top tier for the investment framework, these are going to be our actions within the TSAP that are going to be priority when receiving funding. These activities will address those top offenders, so that the data elements that you saw in the greatest proportion of fatal and serious injury crashes, those are going to be the things that we really drill down to in the top tier. And then you have the second tier, and these are contributing factors. And perhaps these are things that we want to monitor ongoing, a little bit less significant than the top tier, but there's still a strong correlation with fatal and serious injury crashes. And then in addition to the investment framework, one of the key policy directions established by the OTP is to implement the safe systems approach. So you'll see the little pinwheel graphic over there. I'm not going to dive too much into that, but I just want to flag, I appreciate your comment, Commissioner Chang, about land use. The TSAP is going to dive into all of those elements. So looking out safer land use applies to the transportation system and improving safety, safer vehicles, safer speeds, safer roads, post-crash care, and safe road users. Again, a whole multimodal perspective. But that's some of the policy direction we'll dive into with the TSAP. And here's what we're proposing for the actual TSAP structure. So after analyzing all those key trends and issues and aligning it with the OTP investment policy, these are going to be the key areas that we're going to focus on with the plan. And we're calling them emphasis areas. Again, the most common attributes are going to be listed in the top tier, and the trending attributes will be in the second tier. We did plug in pedestrians and bicyclists. You didn't hear us talk about them too much in today's presentation, but due to their level of risk on the system and their vulnerability, they're included in the top tier for the update of the plan. So our time to transition to comments and questions and open it up. Is there anything that you heard during the crash analysis that you had comments on or additional direction you want to provide the committee? Would you like to, Commissioner Baker?
Sure. Could you go back to the last slide for a second? Okay. The way I've thought about these kinds of things for decades is through a Six Sigma kind of framework in terms of looking at the data and then setting goals. And you might think about using that kind of framework. In other words, rather than trying to get to zero, the way we would always solve these kinds of problems was you cut them in half. I'm just going to pick a number. You cut them in half over 5 years. You cut that in half over the next 5 years. You cut that in half over the next 5 years. And then 15 years from now, you've got a much lower problem. The other thing that occurred to me as you're talking about, you've got some good programs. So, and it's hard to measure what you prevented. So I think with the programs you have in place, you're preventing some serious accidents and fatalities, but it's going the wrong direction. So again, getting back to my problem solving framework and methodology, I think what you've done here in the top tier is the right approach. Start again with the largest factors that we can get our arms around, that we can afford to do, and see if you can't pick off the low-hanging fruit in this. Also, I think looking forward, when you talk about older drivers, and unfortunately I've become one, but I think about my dad, and my dad was a really good driver when he was young, and he was a lousy driver when he aged. And when he turned 90, and my brothers and I were in that jam where my dad absolutely would not give up his keys. And when he was 90 years old, we eventually got him out of his hands. But when he was 90 years old, he was thrilled because he had to go down to DMV and get his license renewed, and he got his license renewed for 10 years.
Right.
So he said, I can drive until I'm 100. That's like, oh man, Dad. So, but along that line, I think about things that are emerging and technology that's in place. And at some point in time, we might need a driver's license that is self-driving cars only. I think by the time I get to my dad's age, I'm going to be able to get in and tell the car, let's go to Safeway, and I'm not going to have to touch anything, and I'm going to be, safe getting there. But there's probably some things that we can think about, that would be structurally different as a result of technology. And maybe at some point in time, that would emerge as something that could be very helpful, that older people retain their independence, which is what this is all about, and that they don't become a safety hazard on the highways. The other, when I was looking at the data, and I haven't been in it for a while, Amanda, but I was looking at the on the ODOT website, the motorcycle fatalities. And there's a season for motorcycle fatalities. It really begins in May and it ends at the end of the summer. So, there may be some things. Would you just take a look in your top tier at motorcycle fatalities and the seasonality of it? Because maybe there's something that we ought to start doing in March and April to really see if we couldn't head off the motorcycle fatality season. But the other thing I would say is I'd encourage you to think about how you're setting your goal and have a systematic ratcheting down, and then it'll help you focus on your top tiers, and might be easier to measure, and you might be able to make greater progress at it. My only thoughts. Thank you for doing this. This is obviously a really, really, really important initiative.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Chang?
I wanted to talk about self-driving cars too. As a person who did not grow up with cars that could track lane departure, buffer me from the car in front of me and brake and do things like that. And who had older vehicles for a long time. Like it has been quite a process for me in the last 3 years to learn about all of that stuff. And the lane departure control, like I still don't. I don't trust that, and I don't use. I still don't use that because I don't like the way that the car drives itself. But the buffering is helpful. I'm just curious whether there's some driver's ed, as the fleet out on the road kind of turns over. If there's driver's ed, not for kids, but for people like myself who are kind of leaping into the 21st century, and learning how to drive a modern car as well.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good thought. Thank you.
I think for myself, one of the things that I've been really key on, I just about backed over somebody the other day. And when I work for a transportation district, when we back up, we honk our horn twice, we do all these things, but somebody was in the parking lot and came from a blind side in the vehicle. And it scared me. It was close. And when I confronted the person, when I was pulled over and I said, hey, you need to understand when you're walking through a parking lot, you have a responsibility as a pedestrian to be watching who's backing out, what's going on. He goes, you have cameras, you should be able to see me. So there's this with all this technology that happens, people have this assumption that vehicles see them and we don't. Same thing with bicyclists. The one thing that I'm really, as my community has embraced bicycling and has put in all these multiple bicycle lanes. The other day I was going down a controlled road, by lights, had a green light, was going through there, and a young guy on a electric bicycle never even slowed down in the crosswalk. He just flew right out there and I slammed on my brakes. I think that bicyclists, we probably need to do some education there too, especially with the e-bikes, because they can move at a really rapid speed at times. And it's almost like driving a small motorcycle at the speeds that they can reach now. And so I'd like to see, you know, the state really think about how we're going to approach that. Is there a licensing process to ride on an e-bike in a lane of traffic? But all of these things, I mean, I'm looking at it, I'm with you, I'm aging. I'm at that point where I'd love to have somebody drive me and I didn't have to drive anymore, but not quite there. And I'm not sure I trust the technology yet. But these things, it's hard for me when I see top tiers, second tier, because they're all really, really important. I can't get over unrestrained occupants. I just don't understand it at this point, why people are not wearing a seatbelt or not restraining their children in car seats. You know, I think about when growing up, we grew up in this isn't mom's seatbelt. She used to stick her arm out and hopefully she could shove us backwards as we came over the top of a seat.
Or floating around in the back of the station wagon.
That's right. Yeah. So we've come a long ways, and yet here we are that we have these fatalities. So it just boggles my mind that we are even having those numbers show up.
I mean, with some of the, you know, improperly installed car seats, I mean, I wonder if some of it is about the technology as well. I mean, you know, they keep trying to modify those things so it's easier to pull out the car seat and lock it into the stroller and, you know, make it a multi-purpose, you know, kind of a unit. And I mean, it is there's some seriously complicated engineering that goes into some of those, you know, child restraint systems. So yeah,
that's why you tell your kids, you put the car seat in. I'm not doing it. You know, if you want me to take your child, put the car seat in, because it's difficult.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that we are doing a lot of in the car seat classes and stuff. Do we also give out car seats? Is that part of it? Is there an ability for people to get a car seat if they can't afford one?
Yeah, Chair Brown, I believe so. I'd have to follow up with you on the specifics of the grant programs, but I believe that is an option. And I can tell you firsthand, having the folks check you when you leave the hospital that your car seat is installed is a great service. Those are some of the folks that are trained to be proper technicians. So.
Maybe a few things I just mentioned thematically. One, technology has been raised today. And I think that it weaves throughout many of these different topics. And it's just something that we need to look for. Technology can be wonderful and that it can create new safety features, but it creates a new landscape that everybody is operating within. And so do we need to revisit some of the rules of the road, some of the interaction between modes and how people are moving nowadays? I think all those questions are things that we should be asking that could be contributing factors in some of these. And then I'd say just generally safety is a culture. It's a mindset. It's how you approach things from a personal and individual level to what we can do on the roadways themselves. So we really need a holistic approach. And while we have tiers, the tiers are really, these are known areas we need to target to get to some of the goals that we will set. But it's holistic to everything. That wheel is really key to trying to be proactive, to understanding all the roles that each of us play in creating a safe system.
Can I just add to that? Here's a connection to road user charge. It's possible that some of the stuff we're talking about, you know, people, you know, the evolution of the fleet on the road and people learning to use their car, you know, new features and applications of their cars, you know, some that I think runs parallel to the discussion of, you know, how do we create a road user charge system that works? So like, I don't know if there's any crossovers to be had there, but the editor of my local newspaper, you know, he took on as a personal project, you know, trying to use the you know, get a unit to do road user charge in his his old Subaru just to kind of see what it would be like. And, he had all kinds of, he had huge technology challenges kind of basically getting his old vehicle, connected into the road user charge system. So, it's just another technology thing.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
One last question. Do you have any data relative to the severity, the consequences of breaking the rules and traffic safety? In other words, where there's high fines for breaking the rules, whether that's tickets, driving impaired. Is there any data around the fear of getting a ticket and how much it's going to cost?
Yeah, Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, there is national data out there certainly for what I would still consider countermeasures. They're less the kind of design or engineering features that we can put in place, but disincentives in a way for correcting behavior. So there's some known kind of ranges of impact that those can have on the traveling public and on safety. So certainly happy to track down some of that national data and share that.
Yeah, maybe some international stuff too.
Sure.
We were in Portugal a month ago on a bus, and the bus driver had to pull off at a certain point and log an event. And had he not logged the event and he'd been pulled over, the fine was €1,000. So, he was going to do exactly what he needed to do to make sure that he didn't get €1,000 fine. So, and we were out in the middle of nowhere. So, it just, I thought, maybe there's a lesson in this that if the ramifications, if the accountability measures are higher, that maybe we could see a drop. I don't know.
Yeah.
It'd be really interesting. I know that the safety committee looks at this with the breathalyzer in the situation where people have to log into the system. I wonder how many repeat offenders are caught that way. That would be something I'd be kind of interested in, because I'm shocked at how many people I hear have one DUI and get a second. And it's like, really? Doesn't make sense to me, because it's not cheap. I mean, to have a system put in your car to do that is very expensive, and to have them repeat, that's maybe one of the data points too you might want to look at. Okay.
I guess just to follow up and close the discussion, a few next steps. So right now we're identifying some critical actions to implement over the next 5 years. That's where we're actively at as part of the project update process. As we transition to winter, we'll be preparing the draft plan. We're looking to do partner engagement, partner review in the summer of 2026, and then have a draft for OTC consideration and for adoption by fall of 2026. And then just a few links to our project website and contact information. And that's it.
Right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Great discussion. All right, our next agenda item is H, major projects financing plan or financing overview. Excuse me. Is it a plan?
We'll call it a plan.
Okay.
Right. Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, I am Travis Brower, ODOT's Deputy Director, and here today to give you an overview of our plans for financing major projects. What we want to do today is, as we run through a number of project discussions later in the agenda, start that out with a foundation to provide you a comprehensive context for some of the decisions you're going to make both today and next month with the Rose Quarters. We propose to bring that to you and really give you that foundation to make those decisions. This came out of the conversation last month, 2 weeks ago, about the bond resolution. And we really wanted to make sure you had adequate information as you decide about projects and about the bonding and funding implications overall. So today we're going to focus on 5 major projects and programs that are moving forward and that will rely to some degree, more or less, on some form of debt. There are, of course, other projects that are not on this list. Things like I-205 Phase 2 or I-5 Boone Bridge or the Newburgh-Dundee Bypass. They are not on this list because they are currently really on hold given the lack of additional funding for those projects. And therefore, there is no plan to go bond to fill the gap for those projects. That would be a decision the OTC would need to make. As you can see, these 5 different projects will rely on 4 different types of bonds with 4 different funding and repayment sources to pay debt service. So this is where we're trying to simplify what is fairly complicated in terms of the overall funding sources that would go to each of these projects. And of course, each of these projects will also rely on traditional just cash-based, money that comes in the door and goes out the door in cash, as opposed to debt financing as well. It's important to note that we have some complications of bonding and paying for these projects, just in the sense that there's multiple funding sources that are overlapping to some degree. So, for example, I put this together just to keep straight in my head which projects are paid for from which financing source, which type of bonds. So the Rose Quarter relies only on the Urban Mobility Strategy funds. That's the $30 million that was set aside by HB 2017 for the Rose Quarter and a couple of other projects that were added at a later date. The Center Street Bridge, on the other hand, will rely exclusively, if you greenlight moving forward, on the HB 2017 bridge and seismic funds. That's the 70% of the HB 2017 funds that come net to ODOT that are directed to bridge and seismic projects. Whereas the Abernethy Bridge, on the other hand, relies on both. And so there's some fungibility between these 2 funding sources. What that means is if we put more money to the Rose Quarter from the Urban Mobility Strategy, that means Abernethy Bridge will get less of that pot of money, and it will rely more on the bridge seismic funds and bonds from that source. So there are trade-offs in all of this. Yes.
Just before we leave this, I'm tracking how we could use these different fund sources to pay for Abernethy and the one for Rose Quarter and the other for Center Street Bridge. Just to be super clear about this, I think I understand this, but the revenue streams to debt service these various financing mechanisms are separate. Like there's no fungibility there. It's not like, well, we could we're drawing on the same source of gas tax revenue to pay the one versus pay the other. We are paying, we are drawing on state highway fund sources, but they're compartmentalized, right? There's not a way to like shrink the amount of revenue we're putting into debt service on one to cover the other.
Yeah, Commissioner Chang, thank you for that distinction. We are relying on discrete, dedicated revenue sources that are specified by statute under HB 2017. And so the money can be used for debt service, but the money in these 2 areas, the Urban Mobility Strategy funds and the bridge seismic funds, can't be simply lifted and used for day-to-day maintenance and operations, for example. It is specifically dedicated to those purposes, to projects. And so there is not fungibility in the funding sources. There is some fungibility in terms of which debt source we use to pay for the I-205 Abernethy Bridge, but only that project. So we are trying to match the funding source to the specific project.
Thank you.
Hence the complication in all this. Yeah. So as a reminder, we've been in front of you many times to talk about the Urban Mobility Strategy Finance Plan. This was a document that we originally put together in 2023 when we put tolling on pause and realized we needed to come up with a plan to pay for the projects with that delay. So you have updated on multiple occasions including most recently in December 2024. We're going to be bringing you in the next slide some of the changes that have occurred since that time. This finance plan really lays out how to use the multiple funding sources to complete the I-205 Abernethy Bridge and make progress on I-5 Rose Quarter. Originally, we were also looking at opportunities to move forward with I-205 Phase 2 and I-5 Boone Bridge. However, those projects at this point are essentially on hold pending additional funding coming in from some other source. They are not proposed for any additional funding or any additional steps beyond that initial planning phase and a little bit of design on I-205 Phase 2. So in 2024, the action you took was to make up the loss of toll revenue, which we had slated in at $385 million for I-205 Phase 1, and cover the higher project costs as our cost estimates went up with inflation and other factors as well. So at that time, you approved $250 million for Rose Quarter Phase 1 construction. That was originally to match a potential infra grant, and then you decided to keep it on the project to begin moving forward with construction. You also approved moving $100 million in bridge funds from I-405 at Fremont Bridge to the Abernethy Bridge, and approved issuing about $500 million in bonds for I-205 Abernethy, repaid by HB 2017 bridge and seismic funds. Since that time, there have been some updates, and I'll show you that on the next slide, where Congress has rescinded $388 million for the Rose Quarter, and you've approved moving forward with $75 million for Phase 1A for the Rose Quarter, which you did back in July. And then, of course, next month, we intend to bring you options for what to do with the Rose Quarter to make determinations on the next steps for this. I have a general policy of not showing you slides that have 25 numbers on them, but I wanted to give you the full context and also kind of walk you through some of the changes. As I noted, this is updated based on the latest information, so it's a little bit different than what you saw last December. So for example, the $100 million that was transferred to the Fremont Bridge is now shown in that I-205 Abernethy line under the federal, state, and local. The tolling numbers are now stabilized. We have finished spending in the tolling program. That program is closed out. And with HB 3991, the ability to spend on tolling from the UMS funds is now rescinded. So we have fully reconciled between state and federal, and these are the numbers that are going to be going forward. In addition, you see there the Rose Quarter now has $68 million available from the federal grant. Those are the funds that were obligated before Congress rescinded the grant. So we'll talk about that next month, going to right-of-way and design for the Phase 1 Broadway to Weidler project as required under the grant agreement. And then last but not least, we talk about I-205 Abernethy and the trade-offs between using the different bonding sources. So these numbers in here are essentially, fungible and somewhat tentative in the sense that if there is more money available from the UMS funds, because we can bond more or we wait longer to bond and therefore there's more cash, we can put more money into Abernethy from the or mobility strategy funds or into Rose Quarter. And that would mean less or more funds coming out of the HB 2017 bridge and seismic. So that's the key trade-off, and much of the discussion will be about that. We also wanted to give you a sense, going forward, you have in front of you already some decisions that have been made about I-205 Abernethy, but also a decision about moving forward on the Oregon 22 Center Street Bridge. All of these are proposed to use the bridge seismic funds as the repayment source for debt service. And so I made a very, very rough calculation on what the debt service cumulatively could be coming out of that. I jokingly call this the Minecraft version. If you've ever played Minecraft or watched a child play Minecraft, it is blocky and rough. And so I will call this a blocky and rough graph that shows our best but extraordinarily rough guess on what debt service by year will be in millions of dollars. I will tell you the one thing I can guarantee you is these numbers are wrong. I don't know in which way, but they won't be exactly correct. But it is designed to show you illustratively what is the potential cumulative impact of debt that you've already approved, at least in a conceptual finance plan, for the I-205 Abernethy Bridge, and debt for the Center Street Bridge that hasn't been approved. This is to illustrate some of those trade-offs because the bridge program also funds other bridge and seismic projects all across the state. It's everything from our bridge rehabilitations to bridge replacements, seismic retrofits, all of those things come out of this funding source. The amount of funding differs per year, so I couldn't tell you how much it would be as a percentage of funds. That's also dependent on what the federal government gives us, and we know that we have less than 10 months left on the current surface transportation authorization. But it would be an impact to the bridge program going forward if you were to approve the funding going forward for bond repayment for these projects. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Porter, and he will walk you through some of the discussion that will play out later today around the bond resolution. As you'll recall, we brought you the package of bond resolutions last time around and recognize now that that probably looked like we were asking for a blank check. That was not the case. What we want to do going forward is make sure that you have the opportunity to see each of these and take action on them individually when they are about to go to market. So Mr. Porter will walk you through what our plans are for the next biennium, and then later in the day talk about the specific plans for the issuance of debt to refund the money we've already spent on I-205 that we paid for through commercial paper.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Brower. Good morning, Chair Brown, members of the commission. For the record, Daniel Porter, ODOT's Finance and Budget Division Administrator. So as Mr. Brower just kind of walked through, like a pretty comprehensive and a lot of information in a quick amount of time around our those major projects, the overall cost, what our current finance plan is, and I hope that you can see that these are things that are evolving over time, right, as we get more and better information. And then the funding sources. So then how does all this translate into debt and our issuance of debt? So I think maybe let me back up and just kind of walk you through like the process. Of course, the state has a process for everything. And so every 2 years, as we go through our agency request budget process, there's also a bond sort of request process that we go through with DAS. So around next August, they're going to be asking us for what do you think that you would issue in the next biennium? So in this case, that would be like 27, 29 biennium. And we treat this as like a not to exceed kind of a request. And so we'll be looking at, okay, what did we issue this biennium? And then what do we still have remaining on maybe the 30 million, the UMS 30 million, or what we might still have for needs around Abernethy or Garvey, and then general obligation. So we put all that together and add it up to like a general request that just goes through the whole process and becomes part of the overall legislative bond bill that gets passed every biennium. So for this biennium, we went through that same process and we looked at, well, okay, the next 250 million of GO for IBR project is most likely to be issued sometime later this biennium. So there's 250. We're looking at potentially issuing Garvey bonds for the ADA program. So we requested pretty much, again, a really high amount for 345 million. And then looked at, okay, what are the potential highway user tax bonds that we'd issue? And it's a combination, as Mr. Brower noted with that Venn diagram, a combination of potentially the rest of the 30 million that was set aside for Rose Quarter and Abernethy, and then potentially an amount of highway House Bill 2017 bridge seismic backed bonds to support Abernethy or Center Street or both, right? And so again, as a not to exceed, that's kind of what we were thinking at the time when we developed the original bond bill request. And so what that translates into in terms of potential plans for this biennium, and is this table below. And what we have here is basically the different authorizations potentially, along with what our current understanding of the likelihood of those would be, and then probably what a realistic amount is of that authorization. The one that's the top one is the one that I'll be coming back to you this afternoon to ask for, is just the highway user tax bridge seismic to take out the commercial paper or the short-term borrowing. And then the other one that's a high likelihood is the general obligation bonds for IBR. Beyond that, we really get into, it depends on your decisions and also like project spending. So for example, the ADA program, if they continue to spend sort of at the pace they expect to spend, and we get through all of the bonds that we've currently sold, and we're into accruing some expenditures that need to be reimbursed, then we might sell towards the end of this biennium. But if we're not in that place, then we won't. So it's really clear that we don't. And again, those will come back to you before we get to there and a chance to kind of see that the progress and where we are, and then that resolution would come before you. So we don't want to issue debt unless we have to issue debt. If we can cash flow it, we'll cash flow it as much as possible. Historically, when the projects were a lot smaller, this was a lot easier to do. And we had a larger state highway fund cash balance, and we could absorb maybe 75, 80% of the total project or group of projects costs before we had to issue any debt. That's not the case anymore with some of the sizes of these projects. And that's when we started the short-term borrowing program, essentially to give us ability to kind of borrow and cash flow this Abernethy project, particularly until a point where we need to then fix that short-term debt into some kind of long-term debt. And that's kind of where we are today. So that's sort of the overall bonding plan, the strategy. And this slide, I'll actually save this to come back to you after lunch, and we'll talk it through again. So with that, that's what we have, and happy to take any questions or comments. We'll go back to that one.
Questions from the commission? Comments? Nobody wants to comment.
My question, I think my questions are for the next couple of items.
Okay.
They're more of the why these projects as opposed to some other bridge seismic projects questions, rather than kind of how the financing works.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we can just move on.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All good. All right. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair and Commissioners. I'm Tova Peltz, ODOT's Statewide Capital Program Engineer and Interim Chief Engineer. Before we get into the Abernethy construction update, I want to note that later today, I'll be back up here to present our proposed approach to resetting the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee, the CIAC, in conformance with House Bill 3991. So starting in 2026, we'll be delivering quarterly project reports to the CIAC and then to the Commission and the Legislature on the status and updates of projects with construction costs over $50 million. So through that accountability process, you'll be receiving regular updates on this project, as well as other major projects, including the Interstate Bridge, Rose Quarter, and others. So there'll be more opportunity during our CIAC agenda item at the end of the day to provide feedback about the content of these quarterly reports. But I expect that the conversation right now about Abernethy will help inform what you might be looking for in those quarterly reports. So with that, I'm going to pass this over to Region 1 Manager Ryan Wincheimer.
Thank you, Tova. Chair Brown, members of the commission, good afternoon. My name is Ryan Wincheimer. I'm the ODOT Region 1 Manager. And joining behind me at the table is Sean Hearn. He's the Construction Services Manager with DEA and Associates. Matt Freetag, who's the Region 1 Project Delivery Manager. And on the screen, I want to mention that Robert Rigel with Wallace Montgomery is on the screen there. Sean's going to be coming up to the table following Travis's, talking through the finance with us, and Robert's going to be available to answer project questions regarding risks if necessary when we get to that point in the presentation. But following the recent departure of longtime resident engineer Chris Uggan and Della Mosier, our project director, Sean has stepped up into a key coordination role on the project, overseeing day-to-day activities, and Robert has been playing a key role in the dispute review board preparations, as well as helping with schedule compliance. During the recent transition, this owner's rep team from DEA has really stepped up to help provide much needed capacity, in-depth experience, and really help keep the project moving. So I want to take just a moment to introduce them to you and before we get started. Now, diving into the slide on the screen. This information you have seen before. It's just showing the project area. It's calling out some of the seismic work that's happening, the bike and pedestrian improvements, some of the sound wall construction on the northeastern end of the project near the Cove development, and showing you a diagram of the roundabout improvement there and the reconfiguration of Highway 43. This slide is just showing you some of the how the project will improve Interstate 205 by widening and seismically retrofitting the Abernethy Bridge, creating a safer, more reliable roadway, adding auxiliary lane connections on I-205 between Highway 43 and 213. Phase 1A is also including a new roundabout and ramp improvements on 43, 99E interchange improvements, and a number of other items, including stormwater treatment, retaining walls, signing, striping, sign structures, illumination. My point is there's a lot of other things that are happening on this beyond just the seismic nature of it, but I wanted to make sure that you understood there's lots of moving parts. The locally funded water and sewer line improvements are also included in this phase. And once the project is complete, the Abernethy Bridge will be the first earthquake-ready interstate bridge crossing of the Willamette River in the Portland metro area. So getting to what I think you were asking to hear a little bit more about the current status of the project. A lot of work has been done since the last update, which I think was Amy Ramsdale in May of earlier this year. As you can see on this slide, those massive drill shafts that required the use of Oscar the Oscillator have been completed, and new piers have been poured and are now complete. All of the Willamette River in-water construction work is complete. Removal of the old piers and some work near the Abernethy Creek remain to be done, noting that some of the deep soil mixing contract is going to be following the completion of this structure. The roundabout at 43, which was pictured in the last slide, is complete. The northbound entrance ramp, seismic retrofit, and the sound wall foundations near exit 9 are also complete. In fact, over 2/3 of the way through the project, we're about 70% complete at this point in the project. There have been challenges along the way, but now that the substructure is mostly complete, ODOT and the contractor can now focus our attention on the final few phases that lie ahead and getting this project over the finish line. In terms of upcoming work items, steel fabrication is a big one. The first 10 steel bridge girders have been fabricated. We still have another 49 to go. The first 4 bearings are in place, and 18 of the 250 sole plates have been installed. Again, there's a lot more work to do there, and more about sole plates and what they are. We have pictures, and we'll be able to describe to you what those are. The remaining work also includes lifting and sliding both bridge decks outward to make room for the new lanes in the center of the structure. The work is complicated, and there are many elements not shown on the list, like replacing large bridge joints, working through complex traffic control. We're making steady progress, and the additional capacity of the owner's rep team to analyze opportunities, provide support for ODOT decision makers is really helping us respond faster and direct the contractor's work in a more timely way than we would otherwise be able to do at current ODOT staffing levels. And before we leave this slide, I'll note that the contract completion date shown on this is still winter of 2026, and we'll be talking a little bit more about that in a few slides. When we get to ongoing risk, the project is facing both to cost and schedule and how we're working to mitigate those risks. And I believe, Travis, you want to talk to this slide?
I said we might make a ribbon cutting. I'm looking at him.
A question before we leave that. 2026 has 2 winter periods in it. Is it this upcoming winter period?
It is
or
not.
Yes.
It is
Okay.
not.
I just wanted to make
Boy,
sure.
that's
Just
only
around
a
the
few more
corner.
days.
Yeah, okay.
We may not make it then.
No, no, not this one. Not this one.
No.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, again, for the record, Travis Brower, ODOT's Deputy Director. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about I-205 funding. It'll be somewhat duplicative of what we've already said, but again, we want to give you all the information about these projects so you can fully understand the financing source. So when we talk about the I-205 Abernethy project, you'll hear us bandy about a couple different numbers. $815 million is the total project cost, including preliminary engineering expenses that were for the totality of the corridor before we broke this project out separately, and a separate contract for soil stabilization. So Ryan's going to give you a little bit different number that is just for the construction phase of Abernethy in a little while, but we want to make it really clear. 815 is the number I showed you earlier, and 815 is the total I-205 Abernethy project cost. The funding sources, which we shared earlier, include some federal, state, local funds, including that $100 million that was transferred from the bridge program.
Travis, the last time you gave us the 815, it had a caveat to it. Would you like to put that caveat to it at this point, or are you going to do that later on?
I would love to let Ryan put that caveat to that in a couple of slides. But yes, we are going to be putting a caveat to it that is the current total project cost estimate, knowing that there are additional risks on the project that could materialize and add additional cost to it.
Okay.
Mr. Winsheimer will cover that in just a few minutes, I believe. As I noted earlier as well, there's funding from the urban mobility strategy bonds, as well as nearly $500 million in bridge seismic bond proceeds. Those are fungible, as I noted, that if there's more money put into this project from the UMS funds, and that's less that we need from bridge bonds, or vice versa. If more money is needed for Rose Quarter, that would require more from the bridge bonds. We have been paying the cost that Ryan will walk through very shortly from short-term borrowing through our commercial paper program. It's about nearly $300 million. And Mr. Porter will be back in a little while asking for the authorization to sell the bonds that would be used to refund that, refinance that, and pay off that short-term borrowing with long-term bonds. So unless there are any other questions, I'll turn it back to the team and step away from the desk.
Thanks, Travis. As Travis mentioned, while the letter in your packet refers to the urban mobility funding strategy number of $815 million I think it's important to point out that number includes the planning and design of the entire project. So that includes the lanes, all the design that was done for that. It also includes construction of the ITS elements that are actually on the ground and constructed already, as well as the deep soil mixing contract. So those are things that were included in that $815 million, and it's more than what is just being constructed in phase 1A. The phase 1A is authorized at the $672 million, and that is the chart that you see before you there. The two largest spikes on this chart are reflecting the contractor mobilization in Q4 of 2022 and the change order 50 resolution of our settlement agreement in Q1 of 2025, which, as you recall, resolved a number of significant issues at $88.8 million and the additional 370 calendar days for the contract completion of the project. This chart is still our current best spend projection for the project, but as we're going to discuss again on the next slide, is based on the schedule provided by the contractor from a year ago when CCO 50 was agreed to. It's been challenging to get a contractually compliant schedule approved. And so we are working through the known, and we need to do that in order to work through known issues and to manage costs and update schedule risks moving forward.
Sure. I mean, that seems like a really significant thing, Ryan, in terms of having a contractually compliant work schedule completed and done. How do you operate without that? And what do we need to do to get it?
So I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And then if we have time, we also have Robert on screen to talk about some of the steps that we're taking I don't want to get too far ahead of myself and my points, but I will mention that we have in the past, back in July, we withheld payment from the contractor as a method of trying to get compliance on that. And we withheld payment. We actually use that as a way to get them to say, hey, we're going to work with you on this. We got a commitment to work through the schedule. At that point, we released the payment and said, we understand good faith. Let's work together. This is something that we both want to achieve. And so we, at that point, released the payment and have been working on trying to get that compliance schedule since then. We're continuing to do that. And as I guess I can skip to that point, but we're still today, we set a deadline of working through that process together of the end of this last month of October to get that compliance schedule completed. We didn't do that. And so we're now at the point of probably withholding payment again this month to try to ensure that we get that schedule completed. I know the contractor is very motivated to get that schedule completed. We're very motivated to get it done. And so we're meeting on a regular basis to try to work through those issues and identify what those are. And I think Robert and Sean at the end, if we have a minute, can talk about that. But I want to make sure we hit through the rest of those costs. But having that schedule is what can help us then make sure that we are mitigating those risks, as well as scheduling and staging the rest of the work in a way that is going to maximize the efficiency of the project as well as minimize costs. And that is important. That's why we want to get it done. And to your previous point, lastly, before moving on from this $815 million number, I wanted to remind you that the number did not account for the pricing of known risks at the time and called out specifically that additional funds may likely be needed, which makes the effective management of the project and the mitigation of those risks even more critical. And that's what we're trying to do. So now moving back onto risks and mitigation strategies, our two most pressing ongoing risks date back to the execution of CCO 50, which, as I mentioned, established a new schedule that the contractor presented and was approved as part of that change order. Unfortunately, now a full year later, the contractor has not submitted an approvable schedule, contractually compliant schedule. And it's important to understand that the project cost is heavily dependent on the schedule and that properly administering our project budget requires ODOT and the DEA team to ensure that the accepted schedule is commercially accurate and real world reliable. Without that schedule, both ODOT and the contractor agree is accurate. It's challenging to adjust resources and resequence work effectively. When Region 1 was asked to resume management of the project in early 2025, Della and I made schedule a top priority to the extent that ODOT withheld payment back in July for schedule non-compliance. Withholding payment resulted in a commitment from the contractor to work with us to resolve the matter, at which point we released payment. ODOT's deadline for receiving a contractually compliant schedule is the end of October, but unfortunately, as of today, we still not received one. And as a result, we'll be withholding payment until we can get that compliant schedule. This is not a step we take lightly, but it's important that we get this done to achieve compliance. And hopefully we can report back next month that we've got that schedule and we've released payment, and we'll keep you updated. The second significant risk is related to structural steel fabrication delays. As the OTC letter alluded to, Kiewit and ODOT have been making use of a dispute review board to assist us in resolving issues related to the timely fabrication of steel. And what, if any, additional time and compensation may be due to the contractor as a result of that structural steel delays. The DRB final report was issued in October, on October 31st, and was, I believe, generally favorable to ODOT's position, stating that it reached no conclusions as to entitlement for any quantum or claim delays, and recommended steps we believe will speed up the process moving forward. We're now working with the contractor to implement the DRB recommendations and look forward to resolving the process issues and getting the project essentially back on track and moving as quickly as possible. There are things we know that we need to continue to work with the contractor on. There are things that have changed that we need to work through with the contractor that need to be processed as part of the contract. But those are things that were identified in the report and the team is working on. In addition to these ongoing issues, here we go. The soul plate for you. In addition to these ongoing issues, we're discovering and resolving additional issues on a regular basis, as happens on large retrofit projects. One such issue is the soul plate fit ups. Because the existing steel girders are not flat at the bottom or they meet up with the plates, the manufacture and installation of these sole plates is taking significant time. And I guess if we can point out to you here, the sole plates are this part here, and trying to get it to match up to the girders, right? You want to talk about how this is a challenging, the issues that they're running into?
Yeah, so you can see the top of the green part is the existing girder as part of the bridge project. It's a retrofit project, not a new bridge. And so some of the existing girders are being reused, but in order to make it seismically resilient, we're replacing the bearings down below so that when the bridge shakes during an earthquake, it stays up for traffic. So that sole plate is the mechanism for those existing curved girders to basically bear flat on the bridge. So you go from the load from the bridge goes through the curved girders, and that the tolerances for the machining for that sole plate are 1/32 of an inch over 75% of the bearing area on existing steel, which is very difficult to do. And so we've come up with some alternative methods to try to work through that.
Yeah, and let me jump back in here and just say that we have had the contractor do some of those. They've done it, but it's been time consuming. And it has the potential to significantly delay the project. So in order to mitigate and avoid that, ODOT and the contractor have been working together to explore the use of what we call a metal polymer epoxy that can be injected between the sole plate and the girder to provide the solid quality fit up with less steps, less machining of parts, and in less time than the contractor's current approach. So working through collaborative solutions like this with the contractor, gaining concurrence from our structural experts, then developing the change order, getting DOJ and FHWA approvals, all prior to being able to implement the change is time consuming and complex, but is necessary to keeping the project as close to on budget and schedule as we can while ensuring the bridge continues to meet the seismic goals that are so important. Again, we're thankful to have the owner's representative team on board to help us lend their expertise and capacity to supplement the ODOT team as we work through these issues. Right now, it's too early to know if these and other risks will require additional time or funding. The first item of business is getting the schedule that we spent some time talking about to more accurately manage the sequencing and delivery of the work. In the meantime, we're going to continue to work with the contractor to minimize delay and facilitate delivery while doing our best to minimize the burden to Oregon taxpayers. And as Tova noted earlier, we're planning to provide quarterly updates to the commission and the legislature starting in 2026. So we'll be returning on a more regular cadence, approximately 4 times a year until this project is complete to give you guys updates. And we'd be happy to take some questions, or we have Robert and Sean and I here to answer any questions you may have about any of those additional risks I might have mentioned.
Okay, questions or comments from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, as you know, I came on the OTC after there was quite a lot of work already done on I-205 Abernethy, and I may need a little bit of remedial education on a few things. Will there be more work beyond phase 1A? I mean, what is phase 2 or phase 1B look like?
Sure. So that's a great question. And so when the original project was laid out, there was the bridge project. There was additional lanes in each direction all the way down to the junction with I-5. And so when it was originally contemplated, that was what I was describing as part of that first 60 million. All of that design was brought up to a certain stage.
Right.
At some point, the decision was made to only proceed with the bridge and certain things. So that decision is what you see here as phase 1A. That construction is moving forward. The only phase that is funded beyond this phase 1A is what's called deep soil mixing, which is essentially a follow-on contract to this phase, which helps ensure the seismic stability of the soil that is part of this project.
Okay,
that's the only funded phase beyond this one.
Thank you. And then, the idea of having a seismically sound bridge that's not going to fall down during Cascadia. that's pretty significant. I would love to better understand the different aspects of value of that. So, I mean, one basic question I have is it important to have a bridge that doesn't fall down during Cascadia so that, for the immediate after the Cascadia event, emergency response, connectivity, crisis recovery, or is our concern more about, well, at least we'll have one bridge still standing, after Cascadia, just, for the longer term. I guess I'm asking about the short term versus the long term value of, seismically retrofitting this bridge, and if it's both, then you can just say both. But if there's, I guess there's if a lot of the urgency is around crisis response afterwards, then it would also beg questions. And I'm going to ask this about Center Street as well. It would beg questions about, well, how do we deal with, are there other ways to manage immediate crisis response after a Cascadia event that work around essentially a lost bridge?
Commissioner Chang, it's a great question. And I think we also talked about this a bit earlier in the year when we were talking about bridge conditions. And I know we need to bring forward a conversation about seismic resiliency statewide. As a state, we identify that we have 2,700 bridge structures, and they are in various ages. Many of them are approaching their originally designed service life. A limited number of them are seismically resilient. What we've recognized is that it is that our best approach to addressing seismic resiliency, from a cost management standpoint, is to take a triage approach and identify key routes, key connection points, so that we ensure connectivity post Cascadia around the state. And we've identified a number of seismic resiliency investments around the state to accomplish that. Some of those we've been able to advance already. Some are awaiting future funding, and the Abernethy Bridge is a component of that. I think first and foremost, our investment in retrofits is about resiliency of the system post-event, and ensuring that we have the connections the connections around our communities immediately following Cascadia. But obviously, investments we make today that are focused on post-event connection and response and recovery also benefit us in the long term, in terms of the long-term recovery that the state would need following Cascadia.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If I could for just a moment.
Sure.
I might add, Commissioner Chang, to your question, we have areas throughout the state where we've established lifeline status, for example, in some areas. And that's for serviceable criteria associated with the bridges, so that you have evacuation routes and those kinds of things, but also resurfacing routes. And then we have other areas that are maybe not on that lifeline status, but are still very important. And then we pair that with the work that's been done for the better part of a decade. And so some of that work is tied back to House Bill 2017. Some of that work is tied to the seismic triage strategy and some of the other things. So it's a big picture look at all the programs that we're looking at. Since today tends to be kind of a mega project day, one of the things that I would add is, we're really looking at 3 major projects that are embedded in law or currently under construction. And so we have Rose Quarter that has direction in law for us to continue to advance that work. And so I think the commission has done that. And the significance of that does tie back to I-5 being one of the lifeline routes. The other is Center Street. Center Street is one of the last projects in House Bill 2017, but it is still one of the House Bill 2017 projects in law, really indicating that it's something that we would see as something we need to continue to advance, and have been working diligently to get there. You've got a presentation for that a little bit later. And then Abernethy being another one. And while not funded in House Bill 2017, there was certainly mention of how it should be funded and the importance of the work. And so it really does connect back to your question directly, but also to what Ms. Peltz is describing as some of these things really have that, because they carry such a significant amount of traffic and because of their connection to a population center, they really do tie into that evacuation capacity, but then also the resurfacing capacity for those that are stranded on the other side.
I see Vice Chair has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my questions is kind of like, why is this a change order to start with? I mean, how much of this was envisioned, like the purchase of the steel in the original bid versus what we're seeing now? I always get a little concerned about when things come up that should have been covered in the bid. Changes come along and the contractor wants the state to pay for it. So can you address that a little bit, whomever is appropriate?
Great. Sorry, Commissioner, I just want to make sure I understand. Are you asking about the sole plate change order or the CCO 50 change order? Which?
I think it's the sole plate is what we're talking about. I'm talking about, we've talked about added cost and delays coming in from, and because of that added cost, because of the steel fabrication, and then needed design changes, I guess, on that. It's sort of like, is that responsibility fall on the state? Or was that something the contractor should have included in their bid and it's really their problem?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I guess I would say, when it comes to the structural steel fabrication delays that we're talking about and the issues that we're going through the dispute review board, I think that's exactly why we wanted to go to the dispute review board and have a conversation about whose delays those were, and if there is costs associated with that, who should be responsible for those. And that's a conversation that we had with the dispute review board, and they ruled on that. We can have, and I'm happy to maybe walk you through some of those answers as we, at some point in the future, if that's what you're talking about. When we talk about the sole plates and what's going on there in terms of the curvature of the steel and the difference in that's going on there, what's going on. And then the idea, so first of all, let me just say that the mitigation that we're working through, if we can come up with a mitigation strategy and an alternative that works and brings down those costs that everyone can agree to and move forward with, then there may not be a cost increase and there may not be a time need. In terms of who'd be responsible beyond that, I guess, Sean said you had an answer you wanted to refer to.
Yeah, so I could talk a little bit about the contract administration aspects of this. So this sole plate issue was basically a differing site condition notice that Kiewit submitted. I think it was under notice 17, which was one of the unresolved issues with change order 50. So it was one of those excluded items. There's a number of excluded items that you may be familiar with under change order 50. This is one of those items. And so the contractor and the agency have not come to agreement on who is responsible for extra costs and delays associated with this. We're implementing this liquid shim, as we're calling it, as an alternative means and methods to mitigate mostly schedule risks, the costs of doing both of the ways that they're doing them versus the liquid shim. The costs are relatively close, but it's an alternative method to gain time back on the schedule. And so the owner is trying to be proactive. We're trying to be proactive in getting additional float back from the contractor so that we can pull the schedule back some. Hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, other Vice Chair. Oh, you got your hand down. Okay, did that help? Not really. Okay.
Save it for another day.
Okay.
I'm happy to meet with you and try to talk through that, make sure I better understand the question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess maybe one thing to add to that is that the contractor's differing site condition claim is around, and not a claim yet, it's still in the protest phase, is the existing flanges on the bottom of the girder. The contractor is saying that they couldn't have anticipated them to be warped so badly. And so that's the discussion or argument that we're also carrying on the side. They also said that longitudinally, they couldn't have expected the girders to be curved. We disputed that because that's shown in the plans. And when you are driving out on the project at bid time, say, you can see from the ground that the girders were curved longitudinally. So we're not really buying that one, but the curved flanges, the warps in the flanges is, maybe that's a thing.
And I guess my question, I know we've got time here, but, I mean, we're on a time crunch, but I just wondered that the polymer fix that you have come up with, is there going to be a long time maintenance on that? Is it something that we're gonna have to go back and anticipate maintaining in the future, added costs, et cetera?
Yep, that's a great question. And those are the kinds of things that we were working through with our own ODOT folks. And that's when I mentioned, talking to structural services and talking to our own, making sure that we're comfortable with that. And that if there is an ongoing cost, that we're comfortable with it. We don't seem to think that that's going to be a long-term maintenance issue. And that we're going to be okay with that. But that's what structural services has said so far. So I think we're feeling comfortable with that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be moving forward with that.
And I would add that that's a wonderful question, and it's definitely a question that we are posing to ourselves as we work through, I think all of our construction contracts and changes need to be made in the field. And I think this conversation today really reflects how much work happens during construction in collaboration between ODOT and our contractor and our design team to work through the best solution on the ground. What's in a set of plans, what's in contract documents doesn't capture all of the realities on the ground. And that for a project as complex as the Abernethy Bridge retrofit, that is ongoing work that requires a lot of hands on deck and a lot of big brains, working through every day, different ways of keeping the project on schedule, keeping the project on budget, evaluating risk, and working through solutions.
There are trade-offs with every solution.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Do you have anything else for us? This is it. All right. Well, I think that the more updates we get on this, the better. Trying to stay ahead of it, and for the rest commission and maybe, we'll give you some time, Mr. Chang, to get it caught up. I mean, going out and looking at the project when we did last year was very helpful to the commission. So maybe we need to get you out there to be able to see exactly what's going on, and we'll do that.
I'm happy to do
One question.
Yes.
When might we expect your assessment of what those risks are going to be financially? And as you report quarterly, are you going to make an attempt to let us know where we stand financially on it? What's the thought, Ryan?
Absolutely. As I mentioned, getting a schedule is going to be key to that. And second, I know we're trying to get the change order related to this Palmer issue over to the contractor this end of this week. And once those things are resolved and we can actually get those things processed, those are all buying down on costs or days. Those things all help. And so it's a matter of just working through those and getting them resolved.
Keep the pressure on. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so on our schedule, we originally had lunch, but I see that Representative Evans is here, and I want to give him a chance to come and speak to us about Center Street Bridge. So how do we want to take this? Do we want to take presentation first and then his comments, or do his comments first? What would be better?
Madam Chair, it might be better to give the representative an opportunity to speak to the project, and then we can have the presentation and then go from there.
Perfect. Welcome. To say this is kind of a change for you and I. Usually
Yes,
it's the
ma'am.
other way around.
It's a good change. It's a good change.
Welcome. Thank you.
And Chair Brown, members of the committee or commission, Thank you for the opportunity. For the record, my name is Paul Evans. I'm state representative for House District 20. It represents the area that is center to the conversation around the bridge. I'll keep my remarks very simple. I know that you have a lot on your agenda, but I want to emphasize three things. The first is in terms of Commissioner Chang's question about initial response after a major seismic event and the role of a bridge. I think it's important to recognize that should this bridge project continue, which I hope it does, should it continue, it would provide a lifeline and the only crossing that we could probably count on for 20 miles north of us and another 20 miles south of us. Through the Albany area, the bridge in Independence certainly will not stand. The other bridge, Marion Bridge, certainly will not stand. Albany bridges, probably not. And moving north, the Whidbey Ferry may or may not be operational, but in terms of an actual crossing, you have to go up a ways before it would have any effect. Why that's important is that we base emergency management in basically a series of concentric circles. First, after the event, is the response circle. And the response circle is where the bridge would provide its most critical immediate effect to get emergency equipment on one side to the other, and more importantly, casualties from one side to the other. Right now, there's a population of about 50,000 plus or minus in the West Salem area. You add another 50,000, 60,000 in the surrounding area. Salem Health, while it may not be in perfect working shape, it would be the center where we would be trying to get people to and from. So the bridge is, quite frankly, a lifeline. The second thing I want to emphasize is that because we've broken it down into two phases, it is not anticipated by anybody, and I want to be very clear on this on the record, I do not expect the entire bridge project to be accomplished in one fell swoop. What that means is even with the platform across the river, which is the critical element, we'll still be dependent upon emergency off-ramps to get people to and from. So I want to be very clear that this is not the Cadillac version. This is a good, strong Chevy that'll get us through our worst day. The other thing that's important is when response and recovery, kind of the next circle out is recovery. In a catastrophic event the size that we're looking at, when liquefaction is throughout the entire Mid-Willamette Valley and we effectively have islands on the coast, it is very likely that the folks in the valley south of Portland will not be the tier 1 or tier 2 concerns. Immediate will be on the what would be islands along the Pacific because of the tsunami. Secondary, or at the same time, would be the Portland area because of just the sheer mass of people. So the ability to start getting up and starting sharing resources and start basically moving toward some sense of a recovery of normal will require at least one crossing to get from one side of the Willamette to the other. So I guess I want to emphasize that I am so committed to this bridge, not because it simply will serve the people of Salem, but really the Mid-Valley will be dependent upon a crossing. And the phase 1 effect will give us a platform that can get people to and from. It won't be pretty, but it will be something that we can work with to get Humpty Dumpty back together again. I also want to emphasize that even with the crossing, to Commissioner Chang's discussion points, we'll still need creativity in terms of boats and rafts and other things to get things across. One bridge isn't going to be everything, but it will make the difference in terms of life. It will make the difference in terms of making months into weeks or weeks into days in terms of some of those initial victories when we start rebuilding the community. So it's in many ways, just having one across for a 40-mile area is a godsend when you need it. I don't think most Oregonians necessarily think of the catastrophic scale that is likely coming, but I just want to emphasize, and again, you hear this every day, but 325 years ago was the last major event that happens over the last 12,000 years, every 300 years. So we are living on borrowed time. And I don't pretend to know the pressures you're under and the decisions you're making, but I know as an emergency person who has experience in emergency management and a person who studied how you get communities back up off their feet,
you need a couple of core foundational elements, one of which is a transportation safety lifeline. In addition to that, you need a community that understands that patience is a virtue, and you need microgrids and a lot of other things that we're trying to work on. But I just want you to know that should you keep this bridge in the line, we're not expecting it all to be completed, but that crossing is the key point to being able to implement our plans for that next step, both during the response and after for the recovery. Does that frame it, or do you have any questions?
I think it frames it. Questions for Representative Evan.
I think that was a very helpful framing.
Thanks for coming to see us.
Oh, thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
I have a comment though
Yes,
to you.
ma'am. Yes, please.
We need your help, and we're gonna have to work with you.
Absolutely.
And work with all the legislators, because as a commission, I think one of the things that we struggle with is ongoing funding. And, you know, we're being asked to set policy and set into law projects to be completed when, you know, unfortunately, we weren't prepared enough to have a price tag. And of course, that price tag is moving constantly. And I think that for us, what we need help. And so any conversations that we can continue having, especially with Director Strickler leaving, at this point, you know, we need to be talking with the commission and the legislators to really get us to the next step, because we do want to do these projects. We know the importance of them.
Yes, ma'am.
And it is frustrating, as it is to you too. So
Chair
whatever
Brown.
we can do to work with you.
Chair Brown, members of the committee, as you may or may not recall, I was one of the folks who voted for the big package before it got truncated. I absolutely believe in the necessity of paying for the packages, because I think infrastructure is not only lifeline, but it's also how we're going to build an economy for the services we say we want. So I'm saddened that Director Strickler is leaving. We just started figuring out how to work with each other, which is no small feat, having to work with me. I appreciate that for him. But I want you to know that I'll do everything I can. And if you have suggestions or ideas, from my perspective, infrastructure is the one thing we just can't continue to ignore. So I'm willing to entertain some somewhat crazy ideas if necessary to be able to try to move it forward.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon, yes. Well, good afternoon. My name is Savannah Crawford, Region 2 Manager, and I have with me Tova Peltz, Capital
Program Engineer.
Thank you. I am here to continue our conversations about the Center Street Bridge retrofit project. Can we get, yeah, okay, perfect. What I will start with is just a recap of our October discussion, talk about some of the decisions that we are asking of you today, and then provide a brief project update on some of the risk as well. So there have been some realized risks that have come to our attention that we wanted to make sure you were aware of today. Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and I'll just go ahead and get started. The first is just to recap the October meeting. So in October, we did discuss that this is a House Bill 2017 project. We provided a project status update, noted that phase 1 of the project is nearing our final design completion for phase 1. We updated the cost, which we'll show in just a moment. Those costs are broken into the different phases. So phase 1, we have up to about $200 million in cost estimates. Perfect. Next slide, please. Okay. What you see on the screen there. And then phase 2, we have a total cost of 185 to 270 million. In October, we also discussed some of the risks associated with the project, how we are incorporating those risks into our project costs and how we're mitigating those risks. And then after today, you guys obviously will be hearing about funding impact for future projects and how that bonding works. And you're hearing that from Mr. Porter and Mr. Brower. So right now, we currently have approximately $100 million in funding out of House Bill 2017 of bridge program funding for phase one. There is a funding gap of up to $100 million that we will be requesting from the commission today. Phase two is currently unfunded. We estimate construction to be anywhere between 2033 and 2036, and you'll see the numbers up there extrapolated to 2035 of 185 to 270 million. Again, that is currently unfunded. Part of today's request will be to authorize $2 million of funding to start some of the phase two design analysis work and advanced investigation. I have the clicker. Thanks. So some of the decisions and next steps today, we have the financial plan that is in your packet that shows our funding commitment for both phases of the project. We will begin asking for a STIP amendment to bid construction in early 2026, and I will be speaking to that in just a little bit more detail. This includes the phase two design analysis work, and then again, we've been hearing about how this bonding will work for this particular project. So some of the decisions we are asking, as you see, we have about a little over $98 million in authorized funding for phase one. The requested amount will be $198 million to fund construction for phase one, the rest of phase one project funding. Phase two, we will have the advanced investigation for $2 million. Now, one of the things that I wanted to know is we have noted that our bid is for construction in late February of 2026. We have found that some of our permitting may get delayed in part due to the government shutdown. So we will likely not get our Coast Guard permit at this point until March at the earliest. We are working with our federal partners to determine whether or not there could be some flexibility in bidding the project without that particular permit. We technically don't need it until the in-water work, which starts in June. And so we're hoping for some flexibility there, but I did want to note that there is a potential schedule delay for us making our in-water work window. That would not prohibit us from bidding the project sometime in the spring should we want to move forward. We would just see construction likely start in late 2026. And I don't know if there's any questions there, if you have anything to add.
Is the in-water work window, it spans beyond March? The window that we're trying to target hit for this year.
Right. So the permit we would hope we would receive in March of 2026, but the in-water work cannot start until June. So it'd be June to October timeframe is when we would be actually in the water doing work, and that's when we need a permit for.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So March is okay.
Yeah, March would be fine. Yes.
Do we have an anticipated cost to that delay?
So the good news is that the cost delay is incorporated into our cost estimate. Right. So that was one of the risks that we had been identifying for the project, some of our permitting potential delays and missing our in-water work. I did confirm with the team this morning that we do believe that that is incorporated in the cost that you're seeing. Okay. So we did present several options last month. The options moving forward, again, is we would be asking to amend the 2024-2027 STIP to add $99,842,600 to phase one construction and $2 million to add a new phase for phase two advanced investigation. The other option that we did present, obviously, we could delay the project to look for additional funding based off of the information that you're receiving today. And we would expect that that would have 1 full year delay if we were looking for additional funding sources. So with that, do you have any questions of the project?
At this point, I'm sure we have some questions or even comments. So where would we like to start? Commissioner Baker? Or Commissioner
I mean,
King?
To use the phrase that's one of our public commenters used, you know, I'm trying to get my head around the opportunity cost. So if I'm tracking correctly, this is a critical seismic retrofit project, so that we can cross the Willamette River for both, you know, near-term emergency response and for, you know, long-term, you know, just a, you know, as a foundational piece of our transportation system, our transportation network.
Yeah, I do want to understand the other things that we could be putting bridge seismic retrofit dollars to around the state, so that we can effectively evaluate that opportunity cost. This project was scoped in House Bill 2017 for $60 million, and we're just for the piece that we're talking about right now, we're looking at 200 million. So, I mean, can you provide any commentary or perspective along those lines? Help me understand, why the opportunity cost of using our bridge seismic bonding capacity, why it's critical for us to do this project as opposed to some other project, some other bridge seismic project somewhere else in the state. And I mean, maybe as part of that, you could just mention what some of those bridge seismic projects are around the state that would kind of be up at the top of the list as well.
Hi, Chair Brown, Commissioner Chang. We have, what we would be looking at is pushing future projects out. So like this, like we don't have, I don't have a list of projects that will be postponed on account of this, because we plan our projects like based on upcoming available funds. But what I would say is, first off, like the Center Street Bridge project is in statute, and so we've been directed statutorily to complete the project, and that is first and foremost the drive behind this particular project at this particular time. However, obviously, to your point, prioritizing funds for this project means that there'll be less money available for other bridge replacement projects throughout around the state. We've identified that our next round of prioritized seismic triage would be on 99W between Eugene and Portland. And there are a number of bridges that were identified as part of that triage. There isn't funding dedicated to that at this time. Getting to those projects will be delayed as funds are available. But that's the next piece of our seismic triage work. That's a priority for the agency.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baker?
I'm not concerned about the validity of the project. And, when we hear why this project is necessary, it sounds to me like it's a necessary project. For me, the question is around the magnitude of the project now, and I believe that there's no right way to do the wrong thing. And if we're trying to carve the project into two pieces, that, as I understood Rep. Evans circles, if the project only gets us to response, and the response is going to require a fair amount of work in order to be able to open up the bridge, then I think that's the wrong thing. Just my view. The other thing that I would say is that I've got a couple of other things. Listening to the discussions in the legislature this year and having a lot of commentary, I didn't hear one member of the legislature say that ODOT needed less oversight. It was more oversight. And there was discussion around mega projects being 250 million. This is a $470 million project now. And by splitting it in two, it doesn't make it anything less than a $470 million project. And I think that the legislature has interest in these projects, and that we should push this project back to the legislature for discussion. There's other obviously things have happened since 2017. We're sitting on project costs soaring. We've had projects that have been put on hold that were, we just heard that discussion from 2017. We've only funded the Rose Quarter to 75 million. I-205, we put on indefinite hold. Boone Bridge has been put on indefinite hold. So we've got a bunch of big projects, and you add into it, I guess we probably spent about 3 years working on the West Side multimodal plan. It introduced a whole bunch of additional big needs, just in that part of the state. Plus we've got a lot of ambiguity relative to our funding at the moment. Our 3991 is being, an effort to refer to the voters. We don't know what the cost of Abernethy is going to be. We heard a discussion of risks, and my sense is the 815 million is going to increase. We'll find out next month the magnitude of the IVR. And I have a feeling that the price tag is going to soar on it. So my sense would be that adding a $470 million project, even though we're talking about phase one, is probably something that we should refer back to the legislature, make sure that the funding mechanisms are in place, make sure that the priorities are in place. And absolutely, honestly, it may open this question about the color of money and the constraints that are put onto us in our ways to be flexible in terms of moving funds where they need to be moved. So my concern is we're short of money. This is going to impact many other projects. I'm really reticent to approach anything that includes additional bonding that will put some constraints on our operations and maintenance. So my sense, Chair, is that we ought to continue with the study of phase two and continue to make progress on this, because I think that this bridge ultimately is going to be built. But we're resource constrained at the moment. And I think that the legislature wanted to participate in prioritization, and we ought to give them the opportunity to do that.
Vice Chair, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look at this a little differently. First, I would say that the legislature has participated. They designated this project in 2017 as a priority project to get started. The $60 million was never a construction number. In my memory, it was money to start the process, to figure out what it's going to cost to build it. That was where the legislature was, as I recall, being there with it. It's been revisited every legislative session since then and left on the table. Certainly one of the reasons being that Representative Evans is a very strong advocate for the project. He's probably the legislature's lead on emergency management. He does that professionally besides. So I trust his comments. I think he made a good case of why this is important. It's never going to get cheaper. In my mind, when I look at all of the projects we have scattered throughout the STIP, this comes towards the top of the list for me. I think it's potentially a life and death project in the future. And it's not just the immediate medical concerns. It's after the earthquake, when it comes, whenever that happens, if it happens. It is the breadbasket for everything on the west side of the river in the Mid-Valley area. There isn't any other way to get there for this. And I guess the alternative is you're going to fly everything over in a helicopter, which doesn't seem to be the most efficient way to do things. And it's part of our commerce system. I mean, the entire middle of the coast depends on their transit back and forth on 22. So I think it makes sense to go ahead and do it. I don't think there's another project that I would put ahead of it. That's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you. Commissioner Chapman, would you like to make any comments?
I'm not disputing the validity or the urgency of the project. It's not really our purview to do that. It's been legislatively mandated to move this project forward, like all of the projects that have ballooned in budget. So question is really, where do we draw the line since we can't afford any of them?
If we had that answer, it'd be simple. So we struggle. Yes,
I mean,
Commissioner.
yeah, I mean, to say that another way, you've got, so I've been on the OTC now for a year, and in the first stages, there were a number of priority, in the first stages for me, there was a number of priority projects that I was trying to understand how we maintain the momentum for. And now, at this point, having watched the legislative process over the last year, I am understanding that our in some ways our job, we and ODOT have been directed to do a lot of things. We have been given limited resources. And now I understand the choice is actually which projects do we add momentum to, and which ones do we take the momentum away from until such time that we have a plan, and most importantly that we have a financial plan to get them done. That said, based on what I have read and heard, and the analysis presented, it seems like this is one of those projects that is important to maintain momentum on. So I guess I'm, if the question, if we're talking about the specific $100 million bonding commitment today, I'm inclined to support that. But at the same time, I also, I want to reemphasize that I think we really need to be thinking about which projects we are going to take the momentum away from, because we don't have the resources to do everything that the legislature has asked us to do.
Director, do you have any comments for us as we're working through this?
Madam Chair, I might just offer all well-stated points. I think that I might go back to the opportunity cost question around the other projects and things like that. Quite a while ago, the team came before the commission to have this very conversation. And so while today is the decision point, the build up to this has been kind of a long time coming, and the identifier of the $100 million increase has been out there for a while. And that's really been tied to decisions that we've been making along with kind of that other priority list. And so the reason I think Ms. Peltz didn't have a list of 5 or 6 other projects to say that they won't move forward because of this is because this has been in the planning work based on earlier discussions with the commission. I too think that following through on the things in House Bill 2017 is important, albeit difficult. And I think a broader conversation for future conversations is really where, or future projects, I should say, is really where we should be spending some energy in the coming months and years. The final thing I'll say is that, one of the dangers of having projects identified in 1 year and then 8 years later, having it started, is this very situation that we're in now. And so one could say, all of those projects then end up at risk, or you could say they're still a priority and the risk associated with them is really tied back to how do we prioritize them up front, and it was still a priority in House Bill 2017. So those are the thoughts that I would offer as you consider this decision. And Savannah and her team has really been working hard, and yes, the government shutdown has impacted Coast Guard review. They are working on, and in fact, I'm working with Federal Highways to try and find ways to take advantage of this incoming in-water work window. So this one is right on the cusp of imminence for at least that first phase, which is different from some of the other projects.
I guess the last of my comments is, during this session, I had many, many conversations on both sides of the aisle. We talked about accountability. We talked about ODOT. And I'm gonna hold Representative Evans to what, the promise you just made is that we're gonna work towards finding a funding package to take care of these things. These projects that were identified in 2017, I've been around long enough that I know Vice Chair and I were part of 2017 and the conversations and the commitments that were made. And we feel strongly that we want to see these projects finished. But that's going to mean all of us, the Joint Transportation Committee, the Commission, and the legislators in general, talking about how we're going to complete this and build the infrastructure that's needed in the state of Oregon. So with that, I think that we've probably discussed this enough, and I'm looking for a motion to add $99,842,600 to the STIP, and the additional $2 million for phase 2. Do I have a motion from someone?
Yeah.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure I got this right, but I'm reading off the agenda here. So I would move to amend the 2024-2027 Statewide Transportation Improvement Program STIP to add construction funds to the Center Street Bridge seismic retrofit project in Marion County.
I'll second.
All right. Additional conversation, discussion. Okay, I believe on this one, Vice Chair, really, Fire, has moved to approve the amending the 24-27 statewide transportation improvement STIP to add $999,842,600 to the construction phase of Center Street seismic retrofit project phase 1, and an additional $2 million to advance in investigation phase of Center Street Bridge seismic project retrofit project to begin a design study and advance investigation in the work for phase 2. With that said, we're going to go for a roll call vote on this. So I will call out the different commissioners. Commissioner Chang. Oh, does somebody say something? No? Okay. Commissioner Chang?
We just lost Commissioner Chang. Yes.
Commissioner Baker?
No.
Commissioner Chapman?
No.
Vice Chair Byer?
Yes.
Chair Brown votes yes. Motion carries. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Wow. We've gotten through this. Now I think is a good time to take a break before we finish our agenda. So we are going to break for a half hour, which would bring us to 1:45, 1:50. Let's do 1:50. And we'll adjourn till then. Okay, we are back from lunch. I was just told that now we're moving on to dessert. So this is the last part of our agenda today. Not the last part, not the last thing, but we're getting towards the tail ends here. So we are on item K. For those of you that are just tuning in on the 2025-27 bond resolution. So Daniel, take it away.
All right, again, for the record, Daniel Porter, ODOT Finance and Budget Division Administrator. And I am here to talk to you about the sort of disaggregation of the broader sort of set of bond resolutions that were on the consent calendar last month, that now we're breaking it up and just we're going to take this to you kind of one resolution at a time that's tied to the whatever the imminent sale is. So this is the first one. And I won't, just for context, again, from what we discussed earlier with Mr. Brower under the overview of the finance plan, this is just a repeat of the same thing. But, you know, the overall bond authorization that was laid out for us this biennium has a GO 250, the Garvey 345, and then the combined total of the highway user tax of 850 million. And then the overall sort of plan, right, is to kind of take these as needed, and most likely some of these are not needed this biennium. But the one that we are focusing on then right now is this top one on this list here, which is this highway user tax 27, House Bill 2017 bridge seismic bonds. That is going to be 250, probably right around there, 250 million. And it would say the rate the resolution is written is up to 300 million. We are sitting on, and the whole point of this is to take our short-term borrowing and fix it in the long-term debt. And this is essentially a refunding, but because they're two different credits, that it comes out as a new money sale for the highway user tax bonds. But we've borrowed 293 million to date in short-term borrowing exclusively for Abernethy Bridge project. And so what we would want to do is at this point, we have a total capacity of short-term borrowing of 400 million. And we'd like to take that 293 million and fix it in the long-term debt, sort of wipe the books of the short-term, and then we can start over with short-term as needed, both for Abernethy, potentially a little bit on Rose Quarter if we need it for phase 1A, and then you approve Center Street. It's a possibility we could use some of it a little bit on Center Street. Again, all about just cash flow before we would issue then any other long-term debt. So and then that's again, and other issuances would be brought to you as needed. Again, the other one that's probably most likely is the GO for the 250 million. So the request for you today then is to move forward with this up to 300 million. Again, I think it's going to do that 250. The plan is to take some of our existing cash that's part of the 30 million in cash that we get every single year. So some of it's already bonded, so it goes to debt service, but about half of it isn't, and it sort of builds up over time. And so we want to take that cash and use it to buy down our commercial paper balance and then bond the rest. So that's about 50 million in cash, 293. So it'll be like 240 something million is what we'd probably end up bonding to clear the books of the CP. So that's requests for you today, and any questions, comments, I'm happy to address them.
Do we have any questions from the commissioners?
Just
Commissioner Baker?
just so it's crystal clear to everybody. What we're doing here is taking one form of debt and replacing it with another. We're taking our short-term debt and replacing it with long-term debt.
Exactly.
So there's no new debt on our books.
Mm-mm.
And as far as funding for operations and maintenance, this is mostly neutral.
This is
Positive?
completely neutral as far as operation maintenance funding. The funding that we will use to pay the debt service with is the House Bill 2017 bridge seismic funds. And those have been identified to go onto our capital side, right? So that will not impact our operation and maintenance funds in any way.
Yeah, so basically this is simply a treasury kind of moving from one form of debt to another.
Yeah, because if this was, honestly, if this was a traditional refunding, we wouldn't be bringing it in front of the commission other than to say, hey, we refund when we can generate savings. Refund meaning like refinance, right? And we did a huge amount of that in 2019-21 frame when interest rates were incredibly low. And we are always looking to take advantage of that when it makes sense. And so our banks are always actually helping to, provide that information because it's a transaction that benefits everybody. So this is technically a refunding, but again, because it's changing credits, it's a new sale on the highway user tax.
Okay, other questions? I'm looking for a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Whoops, you're not. There we go.
So financing is a valuable tool, allows us to, do a big thing, spread out the cost over time, and the return on investment on that big thing that we invested in, it justifies borrowing and then debt servicing. Done to excess, bonding can kind of cripple us with debt service, so that we're, the money, the revenue that we're taking in is largely just going to pay off debt and isn't accomplishing more new things for us. Some of this information was in our staff memo, but can you just walk us through how we know whether we are not overextended? How do we know what the appropriate amount of debt service load to have is?
Good. It's a great question, Mr. Chang. Traditionally, and until this exact sale, every single bond sale on highway user tax has been tied to new money, meaning that the legislature passes a funding package. That funding package would have a set of bond authorization essentially built into it. We still have to go through the regular process, but it would say, so House of 2017 example where they said you have 480 million for the list of projects in that 71D list. And it's tied to the new money. So we've always tied it to new money. So if you look at our, in the packet, you look at our coverage ratios, our minimum coverage is 3 times on the senior and 2 times on the subordinate. Our coverage ratios are really high. They're almost 2, it's 4 to 5 times coverage because of this thing where we're always just tying it to new money and not tying it to existing revenue. This is then the first time where we're really issuing debt on some kind of an existing revenue stream. I could argue that the House of 2017 is new money in itself, but it's not an additional set of new money on top of what is already there. So that coverage in those tables represents the before House Bill 3991 or anything like that comes along, right? Which so this is it's to be an issuance that's tied to House Bill 2017 revenue. The question, I think, one of the ways to look at this is like, well, what is the percentage of debt service of our pledged revenue? So our pledged revenue in highway user tax is about $1 billion a year in pledged revenue. We have about 200 million in aggregate debt service. So about 20%. And so then so it fluctuates a little bit year to year, but we're in that 20 to 25% range right now in terms of overall amount of highway user tax revenue that's going to debt service. This adds a little bit to that, right? Without adding any extra revenue to it. So, so it keeps us at a place where like overall we're very strong. Our debt being 20, 25% is not a large amount yet, but it is definitely something we watch.
Yeah.
This issuance, we are trying to minimize the length of time that this revenue is tied up. We're looking at 20-year bonds instead of our traditional 25-year bonds. And that, in other words, that would free up this revenue at that period of time, 5 years earlier, and they could go back and do the STIP at that point.
That works. Thank you.
Additional questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
Chair Brown, I move to approve resolution number 328, authorizing new money issuances, reimbursement, and refunding of highway user tax revenue bonds.
Do I have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. So Commissioner Baker moved to approve resolution number 328, authorizing new money issuance and reimbursement and refunding in the highway tax user tax revenue bonds. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, look, we have a break. I'm just joking. We're not going to break. We're going to just keep going. We're a little bit off our agenda. So if you're just joining us, we are on this item number L, which is the STIP amendments. So I believe we have an L1 and an L2 to talk about. So Tova.
Good afternoon, Chair Brown, commissioners. Once again, I'm here to speak to the quarterly STIP amendments, both the general amendments and also amendments for the ADA program. So those are two different agenda items and will be two different actions. My name is Tova Peltz. I'm the statewide capital program engineer, and we'll be talking through this quarter's amendments. This action will address STIP amendments that have developed since the last quarterly amendment that was in July 2025, which feels a little bit like a lifetime ago. These proposed actions include, there are 38 actions included today. We will advance the ADA curb ramp delivery program amendments as a separate action shortly. Among the amendments included in these 38 are 3 that are specifically associated with the Southern Oregon Wildlife Crossing Project. On I-5, this project was awarded a federal wildlife crossing grant. However, the grant agreement process with the USDOT has had a couple of starts and stops due to action by USDOT. And earlier this week, we were informed that again, the agreement work has paused. So this amendment will move forward to establish the project, but we will not initiate work associated with these funds until we have a signed agreement with the USDOT. And I understand that we'll be back in progress, back on a path here shortly. This group of amendments also includes advancing another federal grant we were awarded for the OR 126 Houston Road project, which is near the rural communities of Veneta and Elmira in Region 2. This grant will fully fund construction of the safety improvement project, which includes 2 roundabouts and some road widening between the 2, in addition to a shared use path. And we anticipate construction will be initiated in 2028. So I just like calling out these grant awards. It's a great opportunity to bring additional funds to our portfolio and advance two critical safety projects, one regarding wildlife crossings and one specific to safety at two intersections, 2 rural intersections. So the requested action today is to approve the reference list of added, modified, or canceled projects in the statewide transportation improvement program. any questions about this group of projects?
Questions from any of the commissioners? Okay, how about somebody making a motion?
Chair Brown, I move to approve the attached list of added, modified, or canceled projects to the STIP.
And do we have a
Second.
I have a second, okay. So Commissioner Baker, second by Commissioner Chang, move to approve the attached list of added, modified, or canceled projects to the STIP. Any additional discussion? Hearing none? All those in favor say aye.
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 And we don't have any opposed. All right, thank you.
Chair.
Tova, could I ask about the US DOT wildlife crossing money?
Yeah.
Is there a risk that will be I forget what the word is, but clawed back by the federal government?
My understanding is that the USDOT is just amending the language in the agreement as an outcome of recent legal action. So once it's revised, it'll move forward again.
Okay, thank
We were just hoping to have it resolved before the amendments.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right, next item. This next group of amendments is specifically associated with the ADA program delivery program. So I think we'll pull up the slides here, but it is, there, I could probably jump ahead.
It's all right. We've got a few seconds.
Okay,
Okay,
there we go. Great.
maybe. Here we go.
All right, again, for the record, my name is Tova Peltz. I'm the Statewide Capital Program Engineer, and I'm here to bring forward quarterly STIP amendment for the ADA curb ramp delivery program. This amendment includes 6 actions similar to past curb ramp delivery program amendments. These actions move money out of funds reserved specifically for curb ramp delivery into individual projects to advance both design and construction. The projects included in this action are located in Eastern Oregon in Region 5 and in Southern Oregon in Region 3. My request to the commission is the approval of the reference list of added, modified, or canceled ADA curb ramp projects to the statewide transportation improvement program.
Any questions from the commissioners? Please. Okay. I'll accept a motion for agenda item L2.
Chair Brown, I move to approve the attached list of added and modified projects to the 2024-2027 statewide transportation improvement program STIP.
Do I have I have a second? So Commissioner Baker made the motion, Commissioner Chang seconded it to move the approved attached list of added and modified projects to the 24-27 statewide transportation improvement program. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. We'll see. This is I'm gonna go with all those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you,
All
Chair.
right. Thank you. That was quick. Glad we didn't take a break.
Kat will join us and we'll jump into the next one.
And we're on our last agenda item. So you're keeping us from leaving, just remember that. No, we're just talking, no pressure.
We'll make this super quick.
Okay, perfect. No,
So,
we
Kat,
want to hear about
the
this.
driver? Okay. I need to turn this on.
We need to get your mic turned on, Kat. Maybe not. There you go.
Good afternoon, Chair Brown and members of the commission. My name is Kat Silva and I serve as the Operations Project Manager here at ODOT, and I am working with Tova to help support standing up the new iteration of the CIAC as directed by House Bill 3991. That's the next one. Okay, so as you all know and have been reminded several times today, during the 2025 legislative session, as well as the fall special session, there was a heavy focus on accountability, legislative and commission oversight, as well as agency performance. And that manifested in several accountability measures being codified in House Bill 3991, one of which being the modifications to the Continuous Improvement Advisory Committee that was originally established by House Bill 2017. Next slide. So the House bill primarily modified the scope, the membership, the oversight of the committee, as well as the commission and the legislature to provide to oversee projects over $250 million. It also changed the membership of the committee. House Bill 2017 was not prescriptive at all in its membership, really just leaving it kind of open to members of the commission, employees of ODOT, and transportation stakeholders. House Bill 3991 modified that language to focus on specific roles and skill sets and expertise, such that the committee could focus on a new role. There isn't an expansion. This still will be 6 to 7 members as the committee is now. And there will be an opportunity to expand that if needed and as appropriate as we get things kind of moving forward. But just as a refresher, the House bill requires a membership of at least 2 commission members, the director, the chief engineer, and then 2 other members that would be filled by a subject matter expert in major project delivery and a subject matter expert in the federal NEPA process. And these changes most notably, again, focus on bringing in expertise related to major project delivery and project delivery in general. And so we'll go over kind of the other changes in scope.
Good afternoon again, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, and Commissioners. My name is Tova Peltz. I'm the Statewide Capital Program Engineer and Interim Chief Engineer. As we think about our approach to the CIAC moving forward, we want to set the scope of the CIAC reset to both meet the statutory requirements and to be a resource to provide input and insight into the delivery of our most complex projects. The primary change made in statute and the legislative intent behind this change is that the committee will serve as the mechanism for providing more robust project delivery oversight. The agency is taking this seriously and proposes an even broader scope of oversight to enable the committee and commission to have deeper insight into the work being done to improve project delivery and the progress of projects in development and construction that are or have the potential to be $50 million or more in construction. That's notable because the statutory language is for $250 million, but we see benefit in pulling that threshold down to 50 million. The CIAC is required to meet at least once on a monthly basis. In addition to reporting quarterly on changes to the scope, schedule, and budget of major projects, the CIAC will report quarterly to the OTC and the legislature on status of performance measures and on ways that ODOT and then the OTC can execute their duties more efficiently. We will also engage with the Committee on Agency work to implement recommendations stemming from the managerial review completed by the legislature in May of 2025. As you may recall, the legislature completed that review of the agency and it primarily focused on project delivery, and it resulted in more than 30 recommendations, the majority of which were related to project delivery work around the agency. Several of the recommendations encompassed work that was already underway as directed by the strategic review that was completed by the agency the previous year in spring of 2024, including the CIP, the capital investment plan, and other project delivery improvement efforts as well. These bodies of work tie in completely to how the agency is approaching project development, cost estimating, and project funding. To set up the new format and direction, we're working on a number of items to set the CIAC in motion in 2026. This work includes a new committee charter that captures the new charge, the legislative intent, and statutory requirements and the deliverables for CIAC. We're building an annual work plan for the committee to meet the reporting requirements, which includes the schedule to bring reports and updates to the CIAC in order to prepare them to bring to the commission and then the legislature. So right now we're working backwards from the proposed 2026 OTC calendar, which I suppose is approved today through consent, the consent agenda, and then we'll fill in the CIAC calendar accordingly and the associated agenda items to meet those reporting requirements, and then we'll build material templates that we'll be using for all of that reporting. So we're developing that reporting templates for project reports, and we expect that there'll probably be a couple of iterations of those reports for the CIAC to digest and provide feedback on, and for the commission to digest and provide feedback on, and for the legislature to digest and provide feedback on, all with the intent of providing regular updates on project delivery health, focused on scope, schedule, budget, as well as risks and opportunities for ongoing projects. The quarterly reports are going to include projects that are in design and construction, but also prioritize projects that are in development and not yet fully funded for final design and construction. An example of that would be the Boone Bridge project meets that criteria. Additionally, we aim to establish an ongoing dialogue about the oversight and performance of delivering our whole portfolio beyond just the projects that meet that $15 million threshold.
So looking ahead, in November, December, we'll be sunsetting the existing CIAC with their final meeting scheduled for next week. And then we'll be seeking to identify kind of two additional members to fill those open slots with the NEPA expertise and the major project delivery expertise. And we'll be bringing that proposed membership back to the commission in December for your endorsement as part of an overall implementation status update for House Bill 3991. And we'll be bringing that first quarterly report to, as Tova mentioned, to the committee in February for their input and to get their insights into changes that we might make, and then bring that to the commission for the first time in March of 2026 is our anticipated plan. As Tova mentioned, we do anticipate this to be an iterative process, and there'll be many touch points with the commission for you to provide your input and to make any requested changes for additional information. I think a lot of what you saw today related to the major projects is like relatively similar to the information that we plan to provide in these quarterly reports about the funding and change orders and keeping you apprised of all of the major changes happening with these projects as they make progress.
Next week, when we present to the legislature during legislative days, we'll also we're doing a mega projects update, and we'll also share some of the CIAC plans, so they'll be tracking our approach to quarterly updates as well. That's it. That's our update.
That's okay. Comments. I do have one comment that I'm hoping that, since we're talking about accountability, transparency, I'd like to see those quarterly reports done in a format that's actually on the agenda, where the share out comes from our commission members that are going to be serving on the committee to the rest of the commission. I think it's really important because that gives an opportunity for the public to see it, because they may not necessarily be part of that CIAC following. And so I think that this gives us an opportunity to actually talk about those things. And I have asked Commissioner Chapman and Vice Chair Byer to serve as the two OTC members on that committee as we move forward. So I just wanted to make those, and then I'd like to hear back from the rest of the commission what their thoughts are. And you can disagree with me if you want. It's okay.
No.
But you won't get any of my cookies.
Chair, I just had one question for staff. We were waiting on clarity about whether or not elected officials can serve on the new CIAC. We've got Mayor Cross, and it's unclear if he'll be able to continue or if other elected officials will be able to join. I don't know if we've gotten clarity on that.
We've been emphasizing the two non-commission members, non-ODOT members as the NEPA specialist and mega projects delivery specialist. So I don't think that precludes an elected official from participating if that's their area of if one of those is their area of expertise.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Commissioner Baker, did you?
Well, I was just going to support your suggestion in terms of making sure that it gets daylighted in our meeting agendas and make it available to as many people as possible that are interested. So it'll be a great opportunity to put some transparency there.
I agree. I feel like, a lot of times things get put into our consent calendar And, we review the information, but we don't really have conversation about it. And I think that this needs to be a piece. I mean, I think that the legislators have made it very clear what they want to see come out of this committee. And, working with them quarterly, what they want to see, I think that we need to be really, really transparent to the public and help them understand what it is we're doing. So that it doesn't feel like it's all in a vacuum. Yes, Director.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I might just add, we're actually really looking forward to this effort because as we're hearing the bill come together even before sine die, this conversation was really around how do we move forward with a broader understanding of some of these mega projects and really get, frankly, for lack of a better description, broader shared ownership in the outcomes, because these are important projects for the entire state of Oregon. And so as we think about the structure and other things, part of what you see in the recommendation is to not use the 250 as the only threshold. Certainly it's the legal threshold, but we think there are other projects in the portfolio that could benefit from this. And so we're looking forward to this. And I would offer that even the moments in the past that we would like back, none of them have been under the cloak of darkness. And so this is just another opportunity for us to shine a bright light on the work that we're doing. And you see in most cases, I think the work that we deliver is actually really, really good work. And when we have those moments that we'd like to have back, having more audiences take a look at that instead of just the commission, but also the legislative body and the CIAC only stands to benefit the outcome. So we're really looking forward to this as an opportunity. We're looking forward to the commissioners engaging and driving some of this as well.
Okay. So do we have a decision in front of us that we have to make?
Sure. There's no decision today.
Okay.
Yeah, the decision or endorsement will come in December with your House Bill 3991 status implementation update.
Great, because as I say, it said decision on our agenda and I'm like, I'm not sure what the decision was, but I think we've made the decision that we're doing this and we have commitment from the entire commission. So I look forward to it. I think the timing is right. And we'll be able to get a lot more done. And I think the other piece of it too is in the past, a lot of times when we've run into these problems where a cost of a project starting to blow out and it's hard to keep it contained, having those upfront public conversations about it if we can. I mean, sometimes there's lawsuits involved or other things, but it helps for people to understand why, instead of just saying costs have escalated. So I look forward to the work, and especially because I'm not on the committee. I know the hard work is the two in front of us, Vice Chair Byer and Commissioner Chapman. You guys, thank you for volunteering for it. I think you volunteered. Maybe I told you, I'm not sure, but I appreciate you stepping up and agreeing to do this. So thank you. With that said, I think we have gotten to the end and we're actually 10 minutes early. So I must have ran a really good meeting. So with that said, we will adjourn.